Fire is going to be on the cheese. No.
More than 3 years. You are picking up
Check one, two. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please come in and take your seats? We're running a bit behind schedule, so can you please take your seats so we can start with our program? Are there any people who are still outside the venue? Can someone please tell them to come in? Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Are you fine today? Are you okay? So you don't need to know how am I. That's not a problem. If you're fine, I'm fine. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, colleagues. Can I start by introducing myself? I'm Dan Butelezi from the Provincial Disaster Management Center. I'll be the program director for the day for this event. I'm the program director. You know, I come from that era when we used to call program directors MCs. That's short for Master of Ceremonies. But personally, I did not prefer to be addressed through the short version, that is MC. So every time I presided over an event, I would urge every speaker to address me as Master of Ceremonies. Because there are situations where people would say, thank you, MC, and you think they mean Master of Ceremonies when in actual fact they meant mental case. Thank you. So my role is to basically coordinate how we're going to run the program today and nothing else. So as program director, excuse me, believe you me, I'm not going to steal the limelight. I'm not going to steal the show. The show is for all the people on the program. who are going to give us speeches or presentations. So let me apologize for having this arrangement where you're having programs with all the items that are there, but there are no names attached to all those items. It's because of certain circumstances that are beyond our control. Excuse me, but for purposes of progress, I would like to start with, let's try to give names to all the items that are there in the program, just for you to be aware who's going to do what at what time. We've got arrival and registration that was done by all of us. Then under opening and welcome, that's going to be done by the DTG of Cocteau in the Free State, Mr. Sipo Thomas. And then the purpose of the day, that's going to be done by Mr. Savage Reitenbach from FSUFA. Then item 4, fire preparedness message. That's going to be done by the NDMC, but indications are that we won't be having any representative from the NDMC. For now, we're not too sure. Then if we can confirm their attendance, that slot will be taken over by DeemTech. And then the representative from DeemTech is Dr. Ko. Then we've got the message of support from Salga. That will be done by Mr. Tsepo Mutale, who will be joining us, I believe, a bit later. So we might as well move that slot to the later sections of the program. Then the seasonal outlook will be done by Mr. Quentin Jacobs. And then the status of fire services in the province, item 8, will be done by Mr. Nguena. Mangaung Integrated Fire, Mr. Chris Lambrecht. FSUFPA, again, we have Mr. Johan Breitenbach. Then Working on Fire, that's Mayor Antoine Gini. And then ESCOM, Mr. Matosa. Then Free State Designated Service, we won't be having any representative in that slot. But should we have a representative for the NDMC rather, under item 4, we might move DeemTech to slot number 13. Then the third part of the program, Feld Fire, State Land Rural Development, that's Mr. Mbulelo Kelly. And then the next one, presentation by DFFE, that's Mr. Michael Brack, who's the Director General for the department nationally. Then closing remarks, that's not Cocteau MEC, that's going to be done by Mr. Marcus Butler, who is the head of the Provincial Disaster Management Center here in the Free State. So that's the order of business, but as I've indicated, it's subject to change. Thank you. Just one announcement that I have to make is that the ablution facilities are on my right. There's an indication, so you need to mind the steps as if you visit that area. So I'm not going to do any protocol. I mean here the order of precedence in terms of hierarchical levels people occupy. That will be done by opening and welcome. That will be done by the DTG. So I just want to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for finding time to attend this event today. I know you've got other pressing issues. I know you've got other commitments, but at least you set aside time to be with us today. And I would also like to thank the organizers of the event. I know they spent sleepless nights trying to bring together all the logistics of the program. So finally we are here, and then I know everybody knows why we are here. We are here because the key thing today is fire. What about fire? I don't know. We'll get that from the speakers on the program. And can I also lastly say, I think this is not a vanity project. This is work in progress. This is just a single step or that first step in the journey towards dealing with issues around fire in the province. Because if this is a once-off event, whatever we discuss here is left here in this room or hall, then I can assure you, come the fire season, the failed fires will give us an honest and brutal audit. I have to say that up front. With that, I would like to say thank you, colleagues. Can we start then officially with the program? We've started at least, but now let's give different representatives a chance. So let's move on to item 2, opening and welcome by the DDG of COPTA, Mr. Sipho Thomas. The floor is yours, sir. Is that just the mic?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished guests. At least today we are happy that we don't have to observe protocol, because we know that today we come together here being on the equal footing, all of us concerned with the fires can turn to serious disasters. We know that fire does not only fail, it does not start. The fire cannot start fire. It's only us who can start fires and make the fire to burn. Building a culture of prevention is not easy. While the cost of prevention has to be paid in the present, its benefits lies in a distant future. Moreover, the benefits are not tangible. They are the disasters that did not happen. This is the great speech by the former General Secretary of the United Nations, the late Kofi Annan. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all integrated in our common desire to prevent disasters where we can and to reduce disaster losses where we cannot. The primary responsibility of disaster management in South Africa rests with the government in terms of Section 41, Paragraph 1, subsection B in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important to note that we know that government represents people. It is the people that put the environment into an undesirable situation. As I have said earlier on, it is us who start fires. So now, when I grew up, I was informed that prevention is better than cure. So now, it is important to observe this day as the day in which we are gathering here, to launch the integrated fire management awareness. So now, it is very important that we as human beings, it starts with us, especially at the leadership. As we are here gathered here, the government is us. There are very different levels in government, of which all gathered here are responsible to ensure that every one of our community, our society, we become aware of the dangers in which we can cause to our environment in regards, to starting the fires. Colleagues, Part A of Constitution of the South African, Part A of Schedule 4 of the Constitution identifies disaster management and related issues as areas of concurrent national and provincial legislative competencies. This means that both national and provincial governments have the power and responsibility for disaster management. The local government is also empowered to deal with several functions that are closely related to disaster management under Part B of Schedule 4 and Schedule 5 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Strengthening the disaster risk governance and to manage disaster risk is one of the 4 priorities outlined in Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. The awareness events leading up to the Free State fire launch outline the responsibilities of each and every one of us. The awareness at schools, it's said, children determine the kind of a country and the world in which we will live in the future. And we made it a point that disaster risk education was crucial because children act as a conduit for information to wider society, meaning that safer schools make for safer homes. Therefore, the Free State Provincial Disaster Management Center, PDMC, in partnership with the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, Free State Umbrella Fire Protection Association working on fire, and Mangaung Fire Department will be launching integrated fire management awareness for 2022 fire season. That's where we are now. The launch is aimed at educating communities about the importance of implementing fire prevention and mitigation strategies before the fire season starts, and encouraging the relevant sector departments and municipalities to start conducting fire awareness campaigns around the province in response to the recent heavy rainfall around the country, which made fire fuel to be high around the province, and 2, winter starting soon due to moisture of the soil. Different stakeholders must start to educate and make communities aware of the fire danger that the province may face during this winter season. Ladies and gentlemen, it is us moving around that make it possible that we will have the undesirable outcomes, the undesirable disasters in terms of starting fires. So now this is a very important day, and I will therefore conclude this with saying that disaster management is everyone's business. By so saying, ladies and gentlemen, I have already, kickstarted the process and the platform that, will make us today interact and educate one another so that we can be empowered to have a wider coverage as we move along in making all of our community members aware of the fires and also aware of mitigations that each and every one and each and every member of the society can have in order to mitigate unwarranted fires that are capable of destroying our vegetation. In those words, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to welcome all of you and say that let us make use effectively and efficiently that we really empower ourselves, that this year there should be a mark that we make in terms of making sure that we actually not, faced with, the responsibility of combating fire, but making sure that, we don't start fires and the fires does not start. And make sure that the resources that we have put aside as government, as individual households, as in individual, holdings, we make better use of of those resources in order to make sure actually we make our environment we live in a better one. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Just go. Thank you, DDG, for those wise words. Indeed, it's well said. As I indicated as program director, my role is to coordinate. I'm not going to interpret, I'm not going to elaborate. Otherwise, I'll be stealing the limelight, as I indicated earlier. Thank you, DDG. And I just noticed that there was deafening silence when I was inviting the DDG to the podium. I think you need to relax, colleagues. Just be at home. Or am I intimidating you? I don't think so. So it shouldn't feel like someone is walking in a government mortuary. No. Thank you. Can we move on then to the fourth item on our program, the fire prepared message? As I indicated, in the absence of the NDMC, we have allocated that slot to DMTech. And can we have NDMC already here? Charles, can I find it from you? Do we have a rep from the NDMC already? Oh, Pebbles. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I skipped that. Oh, that's because we had a long discussion. I'm sorry about that. We had a long discussion about item 2 and 3 between COPTA and the representative. So we done. That's why maybe I missed it. Thank you for that reminder, Mr. Md. Item 3, so I need to tick them off. That's what a wise program director does all the time. Purpose of the day or overview, that's not going to be done by COPTA, as I indicated. That's going to be done by Mr. Savage, Breitenberg. Mr. Breitenberg, the podium is yours.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I don't really need this microphone, but we are going to be standing a little bit further away from it. Good morning and welcome. It's an absolute pleasure and honor to have everybody present. Such a lot of different stakeholders, so many moving parts in a big machine. And the big machine has a purpose. And the purpose is to get communities safer. That is what we are all trying to do. And there are many things that can possibly be a threat to communities, but a consistent threat that communities face on all levels. Because, well, let me put it this way, is fire. And fire has absolutely no clue and doesn't care who it affects, when it affects, in what manner it affects. Fire will do what fire does. And it is it is the purpose of this day that all of us that is here together has got a role to play in managing fire, in making our communities a safer place, in order to let the people in this country be able to prosper, to gain the benefit from that which the environment that they live in has got to offer, to be safe and to be able to preserve for future generations. So the purpose of this day is not to just look at one particular type of fire. It is not today to look at one particular organization, but the purpose of this day is to look at what can we all do together if we integrate the resources we have, our capacity that we have, our intellectual abilities, because a single organization by itself or a single person by him or herself is not able to effectively deal with the fire situation that is not only in this country, but particularly in this province is where we are focusing on today. And the purpose of this day is to give a cooperative platform with various participants can state their point of view, what they are doing, and how they are able to assist in this new direction, or actually it's an old direction, but it's the first time that we've got a sense of unity that is being created by this Fire Awareness Day. To go forward and to be able to bring not only our resources we have, but also the challenges that we face and the things that we honestly need to look at what we can do better and what we can bring to the table, so that we can go forward in an integrated way. Quite recently, the white paper on fire services has been published. It's been a long-awaited document. As we are busy speaking, the public hearings on the amendments on the National Veld and Forest Fire Act is about to take place from tomorrow in the province, and those are key things that is helping us. So legislation exists. The framework has been set in place on how are we collectively coping with fires and what we should be doing. And today, in the purpose of this day, is that we look at fires. We don't look at my problem with fires. We don't look at that problem with fires. We don't segregate the fire problems. We don't classify the fires. Fire is fire. Whether it's a veld fire that's busy burning, whether we've got a house fire, a vehicle fire, it doesn't matter what fire we have. But we are all here together to see what we can do collectively in an integrated way to deal with our fires, and to also, from this point forward, launch as a collective, each in our way that we can do, but continuing to cooperate and awareness to help our communities, to inform people how to prevent, how to be aware, and when we do have to deal with fires, how do we do it in a safe manner, and how can we cooperate with one another in dealing with the fire threat in the province. And that is, ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of this day. So, as the program director has said, this is not a once-off event. This is not a wham bam, thank you man, so that we can just say, we tick the box, we've done something. This is a genuine starting point for something new, something that has been long in the making, because you must understand there was a lot of effort put in by a lot of people before this. And it's not just in the organizing of this event, it is also in establishing relationships, in establishing cooperation, and in listening and coordinating efforts. And that is, today is where we can showcase years of work and inputs that has been put in by a lot of people, showing that from this point on forward, we are moving forward as a collective. That is the purpose of this day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Savage. Thank you for those wise words. Indeed, putting it succinctly, in front of people who are dealing with this issue of fire on a day-to-day basis. It's like we're running the risk of what people always say is preaching to the converted, but you can't guarantee that they're converted. So that's a message that we need to get across all the time. Thank you. And can we then move on to item 4? Fire preparedness message. As I indicated, we don't have representation from the NDMC, and we have allocated that slot and to Team Tech. Can we please welcome Dr. Chloe?
Good morning, colleagues. Welcome again. I'm being hijacked. I'm not good with speeches. As you know, I need to read studies and then get recommendations, get results, and give it out to you guys in the simplest form. But as Savage has said, fire is fire, whether it's structural fire, whether it's field fire. So that is the main reason we're here. So my message to you will be starting from Austin University, where they have prerequisites that everybody needs to know when it comes to fire. For structural fire, you need to have escape plans, basic escape plan in a structure. Obviously, depending on which structure you are, if it's a shed, you need to have 2 exits in that house. So if it's, for example, an old age home, you need to have more than 2 because of the vulnerability of the people. So if it's field fire, you need to have escape plans. So I'm going to talk about plans because DTech as a Center for Education, Teaching and Learning, we are able to give you that. We'll be able to train you on writing the escape plan, on writing the contingency plan for field fires. We have our short learning programs that we offer with Savage on the ICS programs that he is an expert. He's the one who's helping us offer those courses. So you are welcome to come to our stores outside where you will learn about the programs that we offer, mostly in fire. We're not a fire department, we are all disaster combined department, but you are welcome to come to our stores and hear more about what we offer. But mostly our postgraduate diploma has fire. Most interesting modules about fire. We'll teach you the fire danger index so that you get equipped when you deal with fire. We've got short learning programs which we are planning for June, but then because a lot of things happen, we're still gonna plan them for this year. So you're welcome to join us and have more knowledge on the plans. Planning is important, guys, in any disaster. So throughout all the phases of disaster management, you need to know the plan. So if you want to know the plan, Team Tech is your place to be, guys. You are welcome. PhD, I know most of you have your masters. You can come for a PhD. Even I was speaking to Mr. Butler. He said he's retiring. I said he can come for a PhD in his retirement so that he learn more. We need knowledge from guys like him. That is all from me, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Joe, and our apologies really for hijacking or giving you this slot on short notice. But we appreciate the fact that at least you shared something with us. It's not through eloquent speeches that we get things done. It's through getting our hands dirty that we get things done. So thank you for your contribution. That's highly appreciated. Our speakers or our guests, all those going to take part in the program, if you're having a presentation that needs to be loaded on the computer beforehand, that will be much easier. Let's please do that so that we save time. Right. We don't have a representative from Salga at this stage, as I indicated earlier, that he will be joining us later. So we'll move that item to a later slot. According to the time allocated for the first part of the program, we have to take a tea break at 10, and I think it's just a few minutes before 10 o'clock. So I think it will be in order that we take a tea break, not unless anyone from the floor has got something about the first part of the program. No, not questions, but something to contribute maybe. If not, then I think, colleagues, thank you for your attention for the first part of the program. I think maybe we started a bit slow. I think we'll move as we get to part B. So the tea break is between 10 and 10:50. So let's please stick to time. Thank you. Can we go for tea? And there's an indication, as Dr. Doe has said, there are stalls on your left-hand side as you move out of the hall. Can you please visit those stalls and just check what information you can gather from there? Thank you. Coming. I said I'm the program director, but I think I have to give myself another title, that of a man in charge. Then I know when it suits me, I will be a program director, and when it calls for the other title, I will put that cap on. You know, when Saddam Hussein was still the president of Libya, I can hear only two people say Iraq. It means the rest believe me that Saddam Hussein was the president of Libya, or else they don't know. So when he was still the president of Iraq, when his term as president ends, they would gather in a, I can't call it the National Assembly, whatever they used to call it. And then under normal circumstances, when we're going for nominations, nominations should be done when all people are on the floor. And as soon as you are nominated and you accept nomination, you ascend the stage. But Saddam Hussein will do it differently. All the members of parliament will be in that room. And when the nomination process starts for the president, he would already be sitting on the stage. So he would be nominated, and then the presiding officer will say, we don't need any seconder, and that nomination is accepted. And then voting will start, and voting will be for one nominee who is sitting on the stage, and it will be by show of hands. So that's a sign of a man in charge. So I will give myself that title. It's either a program director or a man in charge. The situation will determine. Thank you. Why am I saying that? It's because I said we stick to time, 15 minutes for tea break, and we're now running, I think, 10 minutes behind schedule. But that is not a train smash. We'll make up for that. It's not lost time. It's valuable time because I could see you visited the stalls and you did some networking. I hope you were networking on issues of fire and nothing else. I think I have to send out my little bird to eavesdrop on your conversations each time we have a break. Thank you. Without further ado, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I can say colleagues because we threw the protocol issue out of the window this morning. It was formally announced by the DDG. Can we move to part B of the program? We having item 7, a presentation on the seasonal outlook from the South African Weather Service by Mr. Quintin Jacobs. The floor is yours.
Program Director, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'm going to reissue it, then I'll do a bit of seasonal forecast and then end up with our role with disaster management. So first is the FDI is calculated to determine the impact of fire danger to agriculture and other sectors of South Africa. But the questions are, what does it mean? What the law says? What's the aim thereof? How's it calculated? And what it means to farmers as an example. So this presentation aims to answer these questions. So what is prone to fire? It's your savanna, grass, your fynbos, man-made forest, and large scale of agriculture. Under normal weather conditions, fires are relatively easy to contain. Under certain weather conditions, it becomes dangerous and difficult. The fire danger index does not mean that fires will result, but it means that fire conditions are favorable for fires to get out of control. So it doesn't say today there'll be fires, it says if there's a fire, it's going to be a problem. Fires are mostly man-made, cigarettes thrown out in the field, somebody making fire and not controlling it, and then in the rare instance likely to cause fire as well. That's pretty much the only exception to the rule. So the aim of the FDI is to bring the weather conditions that are dangerous to the spotlight and to inform people to avoid man-made fires. So according to the National Fire and Forest Act, which I understand is being updated, we as source, as the FDAs are responsible for the dissemination of the information. Our job is to get the information to disaster management and to the FDAs, and it's then their job to disseminate it further to their members. So we take the low fire danger index, which is the index that we use just the meteorological information into consideration. We don't know what exactly the felt conditions are. The people on the ground has a better understanding of it, but we consider the meteorological aspects of fire danger to determine whether weather conditions are dangerous for fires. And the fuel potential should be determined by the farmer. It's not my job to say my land is going to catch fire. I don't know what the land cover is like. It can be a patch of bare ground that can't catch any fire to begin with, but I won't know. But my job is to get the meteorological conditions in place. So if we look at what the formula says, you can see that temperature and relative humidity are used in the initial step of calculating the FDI. So you can see the higher the temperature, the higher the value, the lower the relative humidity, the higher the value. So from the first step, it says a very hot day and a very dry day has got a higher initial FDI value. The second step is to take wind into consideration. Wind is basically the primary cause of fires going out of control. The strong wind provides enough oxygen for the fire to burn, and it also pushes the fire in the direction of the wind, and that can cause a lot of problems, especially when the wind gets very strong. As you can see, a 45 kilometers per hour wind, which is not really that strong, already has an FDI value of plus 40. So under those weather conditions, especially under hot days, is definitely going to push the FDIs over the 75 threshold. The last step of calculation is to consider how much rainfall that we have in the recent past. This is done because if we had rain, the plants would have taken up some of the moisture and would be more resistant to fire, because wet vegetation will catch fire a lot less than dry vegetation. So as you can see, the rainfall reduces the FDI value by a certain amount, and under certain conditions, if you haven't had rain in a long time, the FDI value stays as it is. So how are we disseminated to people? So we have 5 colors. Blue is from 0 to 20. It means there's a low chance of fires getting out of control. It's considered insignificant. Green from 20 to 45 is moderate. It's low. Fires can still be easily contained. Yellow is 46 to 60. It starts to get dangerous. It's a medium risk. Fires are a bit more difficult to contain, but it's still reasonably manageable with the right equipment and teams. Orange, it starts to get very dangerous from 60 to 75. In an orange situation, more resources would be needed to get the fire under control, and if it goes above 75, it's extremely dangerous, extremely high values. This is the type of fire that is almost uncontrollable, and that is the reason why an FDI warning is issued for a red case. Here's an example of the FDI maps as being issued by the weather service, and you can see it's divided into all the local municipalities have their own color, and as you can see in this specific case, in the Northern Cape and in parts of the Western Cape, there are some red areas, and for that, a warning would be issued. Warnings only issued for a red flag, so an FDI warning will always be red. So why do we do it? Because fire causes billions of rands in damages. Insurance claims can be rejected if a fire occurred on a red days, and your neighbor can even sue you if a fire you started caused damage on their property during a red day. So next up is the seasonal forecast. That's probably the part most of you want to hear. It's generally a 3 to 6 month outlook. For fires, we look at rainfall and temperatures. It's El Nino versus La Nina. El Nino is generally the dry one. La Nina generally the wet one. The impact of the El Nino summer oscillation is less in winter than in summer. So winters, because we don't get a lot of rain in winter in the summer rainfall area, it doesn't have much of an effect. And the La Nina cycle is about a 7 year cycle, so 7 wet years, 7 dry years. Currently, we're in our 3rd year of the wet cycle. So looking at the map, you can see it's generally normal to below normal rainfall. So doesn't mean that we're not going to get any rain at all, but it does indicate that it should be business as usual or slightly drier, which is not that great for fires. You can see, looking at the rainfall map, this is the climatological average. For this period, you can see the rainfall values are fairly low, so we're not expecting a lot of rain to begin with. So the implication of below normal rainfall is there is an increased risk that fires can get out of control. So for disaster management, we do this presentation on the seasonal watch every 3 months. Our stakeholders would be agriculture and all the various fire agencies that exist. And we can give their products on the seasonal outlook, weekly outlook, and our impact-based forecast. And generally the relations between us and our stakeholders are usually very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Quentin, for that wonderful presentation. Really valuable information from the South African Weather Service all the time. It's just that what is it that we do with their warnings or messages that they send to us all the time. But thank you for you, Quentin, for you and all the guys at the South African Weather Service. And not that I'm underestimating the critical role that's played by all the departments that have presented before the presentation from the South African Weather Service. But I feel it's proper that we take questions due to the fact that this is a unique type of presentation it deals with the weather. So maybe people might be having some questions with the seasonal outlook or other issues related to the fire danger index, the early warning system, and stuff like that. If there are questions from the floor, feel free to raise your hand and we'll give you a chance, and then Quentin will respond. Thank you. There's a hand over there. Can we note hands first, and then I know the sequence that will follow when we take questions? If there are no questions, or there's first hand, a second hand, there's a third hand. I've noted 3. Only 3 hands from more than 50 people. Then it means all of you are masters of weather. Let's hope so. Can we take the first question? Is there a roving mic? Thank you.
Chair, should I respect you and stand up? Thank you.
As the man in charge, you should stand up.
No, Chair, I was, let me apologize, I was a bit late, but I'm told that my DDG opened the meeting. I can't see you. Chair, by the way, I'm heading the Metro's communications, and the presenter or the weather services is very important to us. And I must indicate that for the last 2 years, Chris, they've been very helpful to us. In fact, what has happened with our relations with the weather services? We have taught other small municipalities that you report frequently on issues related to weather. It has helped us to manage certain aspects with the big chief here, Chris, because we were able to be proactive on a number of occasions. Now, Chair, for me, what is important as a communicator, it is to strengthen our relations with the weather services, because when we look at the developments throughout the country, you can tell in advance that we are actually facing even a bigger problem. We've seen what has
kind words. That is the job that we are. We are here to serve the people of South Africa, make it as safe as possible wherever it was. So thank you for the kind words.
Thank you. Can we have the second hand, Mike? Please introduce yourself, sir, where are you from, and you can fill your question.
Thank you, Program Director.
Cycle which does promote our wet season. So I'm not entirely sure when rain should start, but it's probably going to be another wet season as we had in our previous summer season. So I do think probably from September, October, things will start getting better again. So let's hope the dry season is a bit shorter. But I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen coming spring yet. So we'll have to see and wait for that.
Thank you for that response, Quentin. I look at the third hand, Charles. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Thank you for the good presentation that you presented, Mr. Jacobs. My question, my name is Kapila Ndamangulu, and I am from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, the same department that my dear presenter is coming from. My responsibilities are with the Fire Protection Associations within the Free State. And my question would be that what mechanism can we, or is there a mechanism that we can give you feedback on the performance of the system in terms of giving FDI, where, let's say, in here at Mangaung, it gives us a red day, but we on the ground, we found that it's not really a red day as per your presentation. So is there means in which we can give you feedback, so that you can tweak or work on the system that you are using currently now to give FDIs? Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not currently aware of exactly how feedback or how evaluation of that system works. But if you want to give us feedback, you can send it to the forecasters email. It's FABLFC at weather.sa.co.za. That is the general email for the forecasters in the Bloemfontein office, and then we can find out how to who we can send it further, because obviously any feedback we can get on warnings is useful for us, because we get evaluated on how well our warnings are received by the public and how impactful they are. So not just for fire warnings, you can send us feedback on all of our impact-based warnings that we send out as well. So the more feedback we get, the better we can personalize the warnings so that they can have greater impact in the future.
Thank you, Quentin. Let's just see if there's another round of hands. Going once, twice, thrice, gone. Thanks, Quentin. Thank you. Thank you once again. Thank you for that presentation and your responses, Quentin. I can attest to the validity of the information that you always bring to us. As I have indicated, an early warning system is useless if the last mile is not taken care of. It means if you're giving us a warning that says go left and you go right, then there's a problem with that early warning system. So I think that is basically what the communications unit in Mamau has just indicated. It's a compliment, thank you for that, and I think other municipalities can learn from Mamau how they utilize early warnings that they receive from the South African Weather Service. Thank you once again for responses, or if there's a warning that has been issued and you want to update or give feedback to the South African Weather Service, Quentin says it's FABLFC@weathersa.co.za. Thank you. I wanted to comment on the issue of legislation. I could see in the presentation Quentin has quoted legislation. Savage talked about the amendment of the National Field and Forest Fire Act, as well as the white paper on fire services. There's also, just to give you an idea that this issue of fire is very, very critical. The Structures Act, Section 84, 85, the division or adjustment of powers or functions between local and district municipalities, Section 84, that deals with fire services, that's also being amended. So I think the whole country is aware that we need to streamline the issues of legislation in regard to fire services. So I was just outlining the importance of this topic that we're dealing with today. It's not about the white paper only, it's not about the National Field and Forest Act, it's also about the Section 84 of the Structures Act. Thank you, colleagues. Can we then move on to the status of fire services in the province? It will be presented by CAPS, Category of Authorized Persons. That's Mr. Mokwena. Yeah, that's Mr. Mokwena. I think he'll explain a little more about what CAPS is so that colleagues could be taken on board. Dr. Mokwena, you are welcome.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you, Program Director, for giving us this opportunity to present the CAPS report. Colleagues, my name is Musakwana Mkwena. I'm the Manager Emergency Services in Thabo Mfutanyana, responsible for disaster management and fire services. Actually, I'm somebody who's not talking too much. I think that sound is acknowledging what I'm saying. Police, I'll be presenting the report from the CAPS. This report is not prepared by me, it's prepared by the CAPS on the status of fire services in our province. My presentations I'll be talking to the fire legislative imperatives regarding fire services, the role of CAPS, role of municipalities on firefighting, the status quo of municipal fire services in Free State, challenges, and the conclusion. The fire services is a constitutional mandate
for the municipalities. That is embedded in Schedule 4, Part B of the Constitution. It aims to furtherance one of the objectives outlined in Section 152 of the Constitution. That is to persuade a healthy and safe environment. Fire services is provided in terms of the guidelines outlined in the Municipal Structures Act, Section 84J. What is required from the municipalities in terms of the legislation is to establish and maintain the fire services and appoint the chief fire officer to be in charge of the fire services. So the Fire Brigade Service Act is the design of how the municipalities need to implement or operationalize the fire services. The very same Fire Brigade Service Act in Section 13, it also makes provisions for the MEC to appoint the CAPs, whom their function is solely to, in the nowadays term, is to do the oversight on the compliance of fire services. CAPs are authorized, are the category of authorized persons appointed by the MEC. We have the regulations that is regulating the powers and function of the CAPs. In a nutshell, their basic function is to investigate whether the municipal fire services are in compliance and advise the MEC. Fire Brigade Service Act, it also requires the municipalities to develop and implement the fire bylaws. The fire bylaws enhance all the standards that are governing the fire services into one document that is manageable. Program Director, maybe if I just want to stress on this section 13, we normally confuse the appointment of CAPs and their powers and functions. CAPs are not a sub-unit of any department in the province. CAPs are appointed by the MEC to carry out the duties and functions that are assigned to them by the MEC and report back and account to the MEC. We normally confuse the two to say CAPs are the line functioning unit that is reporting to any department in the government, of which is not. The role of the municipal firefighting, the roles of municipalities on firefighting services. Municipalities are required to establish and maintain fire services. Section 3 of the Fire Brigade Service Act mandates the municipalities to establish the fire services and maintain that particular fire services. By maintenance program director, it means that the municipalities must build and maintain the facilities that will be hosting the resources of fire services. The municipalities need to procure the equipment for firefighting services and rescue services and maintain those resources. One of the challenges, program director, that one might allude on. Currently, you'll find that in some of the municipalities, the fire departments are dilapidated. The vehicles are at the workshop. There is no budget to repair the vehicles or the equipment. There is no money to appoint personnel to do the function. That is the current status that is currently cutting across in the province. The municipalities are also required to appoint a chief fire officer. Chief fire officer is a captain of the fire services. If one can explain it, the councillors normally says the only official appointed in the municipality is the municipal manager. And the rest of the officials are appointed to support the municipal manager. That is the same with the fire department. The only firefighter appointed is the chief fire officer. The rest are appointed to support the chief fire officer. Chief fire officer is appointed to be in charge of the fire services. Chief fire officer is appointed in terms of the legislation, is appointed in terms of the council resolution. With the simple reason, all the act or all the powers and functions for the fire services are delegated to the chief fire officer. And it's only chief fire officer who can delegate those, sub-delegate those functions to the member of service. You cannot delegate the sub-delegated powers and functions. Hence, the chief fire officer is the captain of fire department. If the municipalities doesn't appoint a chief fire officer, there is no planning, there is no accountability. There is no entry point in any municipalities if you want to deal with the issues of fire. And that is a recipe for a disaster. That is cutting across all the municipalities in our province. And then section 6 says that the municipalities' role is also to appoint the members of service. Members of service, we mean the firefighters, the supporting staff for fire services. That is the main role of the municipalities. And going to a lot of municipalities, that is not happening. If it happens other way around. The other role of the municipality chair are required to develop the fire bylaws. We have a lot of standards that are governing the operations of fire services, particularly in terms of the fire prevention and other operations of fire services. To customize those laws or standards to deem fit in the municipal system need to be harmonized in a municipal bylaws so that are enforceable. And most of the municipalities in our free state have not yet developed those fire bylaws. We do as we wish. Chair, another role of the municipalities is to establish and maintain the fire services, which is guided by the Municipal Structures Act. That is section 84J of the Municipal Structures Act. A year later, Chair indicated that that is the division of powers between the local municipalities and the district municipalities. As it happens, Chair, in our province, we have a challenge with that particular section. Section 85 of Municipal Structures Act gives the NEC provision to divide the powers and functions of a district municipality to be executed by a local municipality. Understanding is that immediately that declaration is gazetted, the receiving municipality need to build a capacity to manage the firefighting services. But in our province, it's not happening in that way. When we do a research around that, we realize that there is a gentleman's agreement to shift the powers and functions of the district municipalities to the local municipalities. And one of those functions is the fire services. We checked with most of all the municipalities in the province to say when this gazette were brought to your attention that we are now authorized in terms of section 85 of the Municipal Structures Act to execute the firefighting services. Have you assumed those functions in terms of the council resolution? As the CAPS, when we were embarked in that process, we realized that none of the municipalities local municipalities authorized to render the firefighting services can show that here's the council resolution where we were adopting the gazette of authorizing the firefighting services. What that means to us as the CAPS, firefighting services has been authorized to the local municipalities. The local municipalities didn't accept the authorizations of rendering the firefighting services. That is why they run away with murder. They don't appoint the chief fire officers, they don't comply with the legislations, they don't comply with the standard, and are not being penalized for that. Instead, when are litigated for not performing their function, the district is also litigated. At the end of the day, you'll find that the district needs to settle the problems that has been caused by the local municipalities. So it's a gray area that also still needs to be attended, because that function is lying between the rocks and the hill, and nobody's taking the responsibilities about all the issues that are emanated from that. Chair, the design of the fire services in terms of the Municipal Structures Act is that whoever authorized to render the firefighting services must serve the entire area of that particular municipality. And it must include, amongst others, planning, coordination, and regulations of the fire services. Merely developing the bylaws, whatever that will be empowering the governance of the fire services in the municipality. And then bullet number 2, it says it must build a capacity to specialize for firefighting services such as mountain, field, and chemical fires. When we say, I think I highlighted that in red, Chair, to indicate that the Field Fire Act, in a nutshell, is the act that is governing the landowners to comply with their fire issues. But at the end of the day, the landowners are the citizens of the country, are the citizens within the municipalities, are managed and governed by the municipality. Hence, that act simply says the firefighting services is still the responsibility of a municipality. We cannot solely leave those functions to the hands of the landowners, because as the municipalities, we must also assist and protect the properties of the communities that we serve. Coordination of the standardizations of the infrastructure, vehicles, equipment, and procedures. In the simple language, this is a fire prevention within the municipal fire services. To say you must have a fire prevention unit that is dealing with the identifications of the fire risk and bringing the plans of how are you going to reduce those risks. And lastly, training of the fire services. This is a design of how the fire services within the municipality must look like. So as I indicated before, they have been authorized to, some of them have been authorized to render the firefighting services, but they didn't indicate whether they accept the services in totality, or either they select one of these to say, will render only the planning, will render only bullet 2, will render only bullet 3. That's why when they have the challenge, the bar stop with the district municipality. And then lastly, Chair, municipalities must also comply with the National Field Fire and Forest Act. And then that act, it simply says to the municipality is a landowner. And the municipality owns the towns, they own the township, they own the commonages, they own some of the portions of land in the area of the municipality. As a result, that makes the municipality the landowner. And municipality as the landowner must comply with the National Field and Fire and Forest Act. And this is a challenge, Chair. If the municipality doesn't have a captain of the fire services, you can just imagine how this can be executed in the municipalities, how the councils can be advised to make sure that they build the capacity to do this. And then the very same act further says the municipality must maintain and clearing a fire fire breaks around their land. The simple thing of clearing a fire breaks around the township, sometimes it's just to take a grader and do a fire break around the township, not even doing a really burning. But that is not happening. At the end of the day, fires start from the township and it goes to the adjacent farm. Then we say it is a failed fire, it's a disaster. But who's the source of the whole problem? Is the municipality by not complying with the legislation. Lastly, developing and maintaining a fair fire management plan. The same act requires that the municipality, we have just received a report from South African Weather Focus that here's the situation. We are expecting the municipalities to be here. At the end of the day, from the advice that we received from the Weather Focus, when we go back to our office, we develop the fair fire management plan that is dealing with the repercussions of the failed fires. We have, I think, it's still 24 local municipalities and 4 district municipalities, including the metro in the hall. But by the mere look of the attendees in this hall, I think we are not even half of the municipalities that have attended this launch of the integrated fire management. Chair, as I indicated earlier, that the NEC, in terms of the Section 13 of the Fire Brigade Service Act, has a mandate to appoint the CAPs. The CAPs is us. We are 6 in the province. Our duty, we are appointed by the NEC. We account to the NEC. What needs to happen in a layman's term? If someone sees that the municipality doesn't comply with the fire legislation, that particular person has a right to raise a complaint to the NEC or the minister. And what the minister will do, because the municipality has a role to do the firefighting services in its area, as well as the province, one of the departments from the province, the NEC or the minister will assign those responsibilities to the CAP. Our function is merely doing the oversight whether the municipalities are complying in terms of the legislations or not. And we advise the NEC. I've just selected some of the powers and functions of the CAPs. And then one of them talks to Section 3 of the Fire Brigade Service Act. Says, undertake investigation in order to advise the administrator and the board whether a service which has been established and is being maintained by a local municipality under Section 3(1) of the Act has been established and is being maintained in accordance with the prescribed requirements. So it simply says the municipalities must establish a fire services, must maintain a fire services. If they don't do that, the municipalities cannot report to the NEC and say, we are not complying. But you as the community, you as the landowner, you have the right to say the municipality needs to establish the fire services. It doesn't seem to be doing that. You have the right to write to the minister or to write to the NEC and says a particular municipality is supposed to establish the fire services. They have not yet done that. If they have established fire services, you have the right to write to the NEC and say, NEC, this fire department that we have here is not deemed for purpose. It's just here because it's a fire department, but it doesn't do what it's supposed to do. Then the NEC or the minister will be assigning those duties to the CAPs to go and investigate why that particular municipality doesn't comply with the Act. And then we advise the NEC or the minister. And the NEC will issue either an order for that particular municipality to comply. And we also have a duty to go and see whether that municipality is complying or not. That is one of our duties as the CAPs. So I've highlighted number G that says undertake investigation in order to advise the administrator and the board as to compliance with the conditions for the payment of grants in aid as contemplated in section 11 of the Act. The municipalities are complaining that fire services is very expensive. And then these municipalities has been authorized to render the firefighting services, and fire services is the unfunded mandate to them. That's why we fight the fire services in this status where it is today. But the Act is clear to say in section 11 of the Fire Brigade Service Act, the MEC must budget for the fire services and support the municipal fire services in terms of the grant in aid. So by the grant in aid, we have checked the model in Western Cape. Currently, they are receiving 20 million to support the municipal fire services. We have checked the model in the Northwest. When I checked last, they were receiving 15 million to support their municipal fire services. The municipal fire services will just develop the plans and then submit the plans to the province to say, this year we want to buy fire agent. This year we want to buy grass fire units. And then the province is budgeting for that. And they are receiving that grant in aid. So currently in our province, that is not happening. And nobody is using this act to hold the administrators accountable for what they're supposed to do. Everybody is running away with murder. Said that, we have 4 district municipalities in our province. We didn't go deep to find out to say what do they have, the fire engine, how many of them, where are they, the skid units. We didn't went down deep, down to that level. But we can indicate that we have COPTA that has the responsibility to establish fire services in its administration. We have advised COPTA several times. We also provided COPTA with the guideline from national of how can they establish a fire services unit in its administration. And then they need to support the municipal fire services. They need to appoint the caps. And then the status quo is that there is no fire unit in the province currently. There is no dedicated unit dealing with the issues of fire services. And there is no support to the municipalities provided by the Free State province. Municipalities are on their own. They have appointed 6 caps, and then I think on the comments it's simple to say, province, may you please use the guideline given to you by the national COPTA to establish a fire unit. Province, please support the municipal fire services. You have the legislative leg, that is section 11 of the Fire Brigade Service Act, the granting aid, to make sure that you make the programs, you support the municipalities. And then going to Mangaung. Mangaung as a municipality is supposed to establish and maintain a fire services in its administration, of which they did. But we also learned that from Mangaung, some of their resources are somewhere in their workshops, the vehicles are broken, they don't have enough budget to repair those vehicles. One might be linking that to the current status that we know about Mangaung currently. And then Mangaung has appointed the chief fire officer. In terms of the legislation, we are aware that the chief fire officer of Mangaung has retired, but in terms of the legislation, they have appointed the acting chief fire officer. So they are in compliance with the legislations. And then Mangaung has developed and are maintaining the fire bylaws. And then Here I'll be talking under corrections, but we were aware that Mangaung is part and member of the local fire protection association, and then the chief fire officer who has retired was the FPO of that FPA. So the status quo, meaning it was still in compliance up to so far. I think that day, Chris, you have already assigned somebody to take that responsibility. Oh, he's already here. So they are in compliance. And then Mangaung, being the member of the FPA, they have also developed the plans to manage the fell fire, and then they are in compliance with that. And that is the status quo of Mangaung. But what we learn is that Mangaung has established 7 fire stations within the metro, and then currently only 4 fire stations are operational, and 3 are not operational. That is also linked to the issue of saying they are under-resourced in terms of the financial muscles to can achieve all those particular responsibilities. Kharib also need to comply with the legislation. But currently what is happening in Kharib is not in the dire state. I think yesterday when we were compiling this presentation, somebody said we must say Kharib is underdeveloped. Kharib doesn't have the fire services function in the district municipality as it is. It doesn't have the fire services in the local municipalities. Really is a crisis in Kharib. Currently are assisted by working on fire, and then we come back to say now the landowners have to and assume the responsibilities of the municipalities with their own cost to render the firefighting services in the municipality so that they can benefit, of which really it needs an attention. Facility need also to comply with the act. They have 4 local municipalities in that particular district. And all of them have the fire services except Mafube. However, the district is carrying out that functions in Mafube. They have built the capacity in Mafube. They've appointed the chief fire officer. They have appointed the members of service. They procured the vehicles. They are rendering their function in that particular municipality. They also have the fire bylaws. 3 other. All 3 local municipalities in Fezile, that is Mukaga, Mizimaholo, and Mwati. They have the fire services. The status quo of their fire services is not at the satisfactory level because they don't have the financial muscles. But all of them, they have appointed the chief fire officers. They've appointed members of staff. They partially have the resources to manage the firefighting services. Usually, Puswa, there is no fire administration in the usually Puswa municipality, meaning there is no dedicated office to do the firefighting services in usually Puswa as a district. Only 2 local municipalities are authorized to render the firefighting services, that is Machabeng and Nala. Machabeng has fire services, has established fire services, has appointed the chief fire officer, has appointed members of service. They have few resources. But Nala, they don't have anything. The rest of the municipalities doesn't have anything. So that is the sole responsibility of the district. That also doesn't have anything. It's 3 local municipalities in Machabeng that are not authorized to render the firefighting services. And those 3 local municipalities doesn't have anything, need a support to establish the firefighting services. Mufuzanyana, it has 6 local municipalities. All of them are authorized to render the firefighting services except Melele. The district is rendering the firefighting services in Kumelela. There is a partial functional fire services in Kumelela. There are no fire vehicles. They have utility vehicles. And the members of service are not appointed. However, the Kumelela local municipalities have appointed members of service and then are operating under the supervision of the chief fire officer from the district. Two of the municipalities, that is Mabujapofu and Ihlabe, they have established fire services, they have appointed chief fire officers, and then they have appointed members of service. They have vehicles. However, we also need to indicate that their status is very poor, particularly Mabujapofu. Their status is dire. It needs to be revived. One can also attest that they got the support from Working on Fire that gave them a fire vehicle and a personnel, but they failed to even buy petrol or diesel for that particular vehicles until Working on Fire withdraw their crews and everything. So they left with few vehicles that they are still struggling to maintain. I don't understand. And then the rest of the municipalities, they have their fire department that is not fit for purpose. When I'm saying fit for purpose, you take somebody who's working as a gardener and then you give him a buggy who said he's a fire department. So really that is a recipe for failure. Is a disaster by itself. That is happening in Ketwana, is happening in Sototo. They have only one firefighter. Unfortunately, it's my product. But he's only one firefighter with only one bike. There is only one car. It doesn't fit for purpose. So, colleagues, that is the status quo of the municipal fire services in our province. And then in a nutshell, what the status quo says, it says we don't have the fire services within the province that is fit for the purpose. You go to a certain municipality as the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and so on, you want them to assist them to do the planning of their field fires, you don't get somebody there. Because somebody who's a gardener is appointed. And the challenge that we have in Free State Province, only few municipalities have appointed the managers for the fire services that are sitting in all the strategic platform of the municipality. Most of them are the junior people, and then when they're supposed to do their functions, they must go and request authorizations from the other level that must also go to request the authorizations from another level. That is a situation that is cutting across in most of the municipalities. It's not like in Mangaung where you'll find that the manager managing fire services is sitting in all the structures of the municipalities where the municipalities is taking a serious decision. So the rest of the municipalities is a challenge. So that needs to be corrected. If the captain cannot take a decision, there is no way the ship will be controlled from the base. So it's the delegations of the delegations of the delegations. The challenges. COPTA is required to establish fire services in its administration and support the municipal fire services, and is not doing so. COPTA is required to fund the municipal fire services in terms of the granting aid to enhance their funding models, and is not doing so. District municipalities' powers and functions are taken away and are executed by the local municipalities. I've just explained there to say that they have just resumed their functions, but there is no council resolution, and they are not complying with that function, and nobody's penalizing them. They are going away with nothing. We need to correct how the demarcation board is doing the capacity assessment of the municipalities. Local municipalities authorized to render the firefighting explained this. Local municipalities rendering firefighting services are selectively doing so. As I indicated that they said we are rendering the firefighting services, they have not appointed chief fire officer, they have not appointed, established the fire services in their administration, but they are saying they have the fire services and they are managing the fire services. So they are selectively doing so, just to receive the upper limit of the capital share. Some local municipalities rendering fire services have developed and implemented fire bylaws, whilst others have not yet done that. Local municipalities require us to resume their fire protection officer duties and are not doing so. Local municipalities are required to develop and maintain fire management plans and are not doing so. In conclusion, COPTA built a fire services function capacity in its administration and support the municipal fire services to realize their obligatory mandate. COPTA support municipalities financially in the form of granting aid to enhance their financial muscles to provide fire services. COPTA review powers and functions of the district municipalities to ensure are financially viable to maintain a sustainable fire services in their areas and support their local municipalities. District municipalities build capacity to establish and maintain fire services function in their administration and support their local municipalities in providing the firefighting services. Municipalities appoint chief fire officer to be in charge of their fire services. Either you have a fire station or not. If you have a captain, the captain will make a plan of how the fire services need to be done in that particular municipality. Not the corporate director doing the planning for the fire services. Municipalities complies with the National Field and Forest Fire Act by playing their role of being the landowners, assuming the role of the FPO, develop and maintain a fair fire management plans. Thank you, Chen. I think I was within 30 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Mukwena, on behalf of the CAPS. I won't comment on the question of time. I will comment when I want to. I think let's allow for some questions or comments on this presentation. That you're quite frank and honest with us about the situation in our province, and we can't just say business as usual. Can I get comments or questions from the floor, please? There's a hand over there, Charlie. Can I know the second one? There's a second hand. Any more hands? Yes, the third hand. I have counted 3, Charlie. Can we move in that order, please? And just remember, colleagues, to introduce yourself before coming up with your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. My name is Brigade, coming from Apofu. First thing I want to acknowledge the presentation which is made by Dr. Mukwena. Dr. Mukwena, I would say to you, really, my mona apukal, hand in all municipalities, even Limo Mokizwan thing. A member of CAPS, Unzo Ocho. Let's go back and that. Thank you.
Thanks, Brigade. That was a comment. I think you have noted it, Dr. Mukwena. Can we move to the second question?
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Matizana Machuho. I'm from the Provincial Disaster Management Center. Dr. Mukwena, thank you for the informative presentation. We have really outlined the fire services to us. In your presentations, there are also frustrations. Now, my question is, as you are a CAP, and you have said that the CAPs, one of their roles is to report to or to inform the MEC in terms of fire services in the province. Given these frustrations, there are a lot of frustrations that you have outlined. How often do you report as CAPS to the, when do you report to the MEC? Because why I'm asking, I'm bluffed by the number of things that are not implemented, and yet there are CAPS who are reporting to the MEC in terms of fire services within the province. Thank you.
No, thank you, colleagues.
No. I would think we will not be doing justice if we take all the questions. You might miss some of the points. So I'll opt for a situation where you respond after each question that we will.
No, thank you, Program Director. Thank you, Mayor Brigade. Yes, it's true. We noted the comment. Actually, the issue of Maluja Pofung is a concern. We raised it. Even yesterday, it was debated in the meeting. We raised it. The report has been sent to the NEC. We just wait for the feedback. But it's also encompassing the entire municipalities, because the situation is similar to most of the entire municipal fire services. But we noted that comment. Yes, the more I report, the more I raise the questions. What I normally do when I'm presenting is that here I am, I'm from the CAPS, can you ask me the questions? Because I know a lot of them will come. That is what I normally used to say to Salva when I'm presenting to them. To attend to your report, Mayor Matizan, we, as frustrated as we are, we also frustrated the process. It was 2 years back, after realizing that we are frustrated as the CAPS, we requested to meet the then MEC, David Malisa. We presented the status quo of the municipal fire services to him. And then we outlined the roles and responsibilities of the CAPS to him, so that he recognized us, and then we mapped a way forward of how are we going to operate going forward. So currently is a new MEC. It means we must also secure a meeting to just bring that particular MEC on speed of how we operate. I think when I alluded to the responsibility, functions and powers of the CAPS, you saw most of the items there is investigate, advise, investigate, advise, investigate, advise. All these people who are here are the landowners. The municipalities cannot investigate themselves for failing to do what they're supposed to do. The province can't do that. But the people who's our client is the landowners, is the property owners. If they don't feel satisfactory with the services of the municipality, how complain about the municipality? You write a letter to the MEC, or MEC. Our houses are at risk. They can burn at any time because fire department is not working. What the MEC will do, will assign the CAPS to go and do the investigation. So, but that is another challenge. But I think I'm done. Oh, the last one.
Thank you so much, Ntatem Kwana, for the comprehensive presentation. I think this report by CAPS is the province winning ticket, because it's so comprehensive and it's giving what the legislation is mandating COCTA to do, mandating NDMC basically to do in terms of support. Like the legislation is saying the disaster management provinces need to be supported. So this report, if it's out there, can be presented over and over again as you are doing it. Somehow irrespective of the status quo of Mangaung as we all know it, somehow your plight will be heard. So it's a good one. I never heard of CAPS before, but then this is a good one. So I'd like to commend your organization, your institution. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Dr. Mkwena, for that in-depth presentation on the status of fire services within the province. As Dr. Ko has indicated, we'll have to preach that gospel. Somewhere in the future, someone will listen to us. Yeah. Thank you. Can we then move on to the next item? Item 10, FSUF for the Free State Umbrella Fire Protection Association. Mr. Breitenbach, the floor is yours.
Very good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not particularly used to standing behind something like this. It seems a bit inhibiting. But thank you very much. My colleagues from the fire services, I know the plight is dire. And we are all standing together and trying to get things done. I must just also, before I start, just comment on this, and that there's not an unwillingness to try and do something about it, you know. So there's massive efforts that's been put in, and as you just heard, there's a lot of challenges, but there are also some solutions, and there's also positive things that's happening, and I'm about to show a couple of those positive things that's happening because of the continued and unstopping, or let's put it to you this way, that the gentle pressure continue or relentlessly applied, okay, is the method in which we are managing to go forward a little bit in all of this. I'm going to talk more in terms today of the National Health and Forest Fire Act, and then we're going to be looking at the situation very particularly with FBAs and where they are. And how are we doing in terms of managing fell fires in the National Health and Forest Fire Act implementation within the province. Okay. So today is a multi-stakeholder effort, and we are very. Let me just see. Oh, sorry, I put up the wrong. Very shortened version of a presentation. Let me just get the right one. Yeah, I wasn't. We got it under control now. So let's just get this done. Let me just get my presentations here. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I have done a number of these presentations, and they all pretty much have got the same heading, and I managed to get the wrong one highlighted. Let's just do this. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I'm waiting. I've this. Show you guys. No, it's here. Sorry, I'm just trying I somehow managed to get my presentation huddled up here. Maybe we can let Mr. Lambert proceed quickly. and then I'll do after lunch. While I'm busy searching and battling here, maybe Mr. Lambert can go before me, and then I will just quickly be able to find amongst my Brazilian presentations, find the right one. Okay, there we go. Thanks very much. Thanks, brother, Mr. Potter. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay. It's just a glitch. It's a technical issue, colleagues. We sorry about that, and I skipped, not intentionally or deliberately. So I have to scribble a lot of things on the program, so everything's cluttered now. Mr. Lambert's presentation from Mamaung Integrated Fire Management. Mr. Lambert, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Program Director, or it looks like you've been master of ceremony so many times you could be called doctor of ceremonies. Let me just see, I hope I can get my presentation. Thank you very much. When I got the instruction, because I got it from one of my, I wouldn't say junior officers, but one of my subordinates. That's the way it works in the fire service. You take instruction from wherever you get them, you execute them, and later you can complain. So, Mr. Senti, wherever you are, I saw you this morning, I will be complaining afterwards, but I will carry out the instruction from you. I think the first question that I asked myself, what exactly is integrated fire management? And I think the best description that I could find was on the Working on Fire website, where they actually have a very good description of what is integrated fire management. But I think the crux of it really is to try and prevent unwanted fires. Some fires, we want them. I mean, there are areas that the ecologist will say to you, we need this to burn every X number of years. It creates damage, it causes adverse effects, but sometimes you need fire as part of the management of an ecosystem. But I think that the idea with integrated fire management is to try and prevent those unwanted fires, because those are the ones that, if they're out of control, they're out of control. So there's a whole lot of activities. It's awareness, prevention, prescribed burning, resource sharing and coordination, detection, suppression, rehabilitation, and also research, where the Free State University probably comes into the picture. So that's everything that's to do with fire. We just tend to focus on the flames, but there's a whole lot more than the flames. Okay, I want to deal with the Mangaung experience. And my first sort of approach is the voluntary integration, where we realized, and it's really many years ago, I tried to this morning and yesterday gauge some of my colleagues, when we actually started, we realized that we did not have the resources in Mangaung to deal with all veld fires. It's just a reality, and I don't think there's any municipality, whether it be district or local, in the province that can say they have the resources. I don't think there's any municipality in the country that can say that they have the resources. Maybe Gauteng is different because of the high level of urbanization, but in the rest of the municipalities. So I think our first integration was with Working on Fire. We wanted to create a seamless cohesion between them and us. The first thing that we did, we offered them a base station. They were located in the industrial area of Hamilton, and we said to them, let's move into one of the fire stations. And we integrated them. We had mixed crews in the sense that of combined crews. The driver was a Mangaung firefighter, the rest of the crew were working on 5 members. So that's where we started. The command and control of the incidents and also the staff stayed with Mangaung. But really, we realized that we had to somehow, and you must remember, when Working on Fire first came into the picture, and I'm talking some years ago, from the fire service, many fire services, there was a lot of opposition in the sense that questions were being asked, but why working on fire? Why don't we just get that money from wherever it's coming directly to the municipalities? So not all the municipalities were inviting working on fire with open arms. There was a lot of opposition, but we realized this was a valuable resource, and somehow we had to get this working with us. Okay, the second one is necessity, the integration. Now I know Mangaung, compared size-wise, if I look at the other local municipalities and even the districts in the Free State, Mangaung is small. But still, we are the biggest of the metros area-wise. We are 9,000 square kilometers. I think Tshwane is second at about just over 6,000. So we are the largest. That's the reality. The distances between our towns is another issue. It's just, if I want to go and visit Mr. Breitenbach in the Westorp, it takes me 3/4 of an hour, depending on how fast I drive to get there. So you can imagine if you need to respond there, it's just going to take forever. Okay, we heard from the weather service that we're in the third year of a wet cycle. And I saw something about a biblical cycle there, so I take it, it's also in the scripture. But yes, what we see is that in the last 3 years, 2019 was a very, if you look at the burn scars, and here I must thank my friend Mr. Breitenbach for the statistics. In 2019, we only had 218 burn scars in the Mangaung area. 2020, it was a different story. We were already at about 1,700. And last year, we were at 2,600. So it's definitely on the upwards, notwithstanding the lot of rain or the copious amounts of rain that we had, because that ultimately creates another problem. Also, the hectares burned, same story. We started off with 3,200 hectares in 2019. 2020, we had 25,000, and last year we had 62,000. So it's going up. So the reality is, I think this year that's going to come is going to test us. I think the MC, being the master of ceremonies, indicated to us that the fires are going to expose us. And that's the challenge with emergency services. You cannot schedule it. There's no ways you can say we're only going to attend to fires on Tuesdays and Fridays. It doesn't work like that, not like refuse collection. You cannot predict the size. You cannot predict the locality. And the most important is if it comes, you've got to attend to it. You cannot, like if there's a water leak, they can program it. They can go there tomorrow. Yes, the community will, I don't know what to call it, but my friend there, Mr. Kadema, I refer to him as the spin doctor. He needs to do a lot of spin. But when there's an emergency, people want reaction and they want it now. Not tomorrow, not when it suits us, not when we have the resources available, now. Okay, statutory integration. Mr. Mokoena referred to this. The first bullet is, it's from the National Veld and Forest Fire Act. All owners in the area for which a fire protection association has been registered have a right. So there's nothing that compels the ordinary landowner. So the municipality as an ordinary landowner also has the right to, but they are not compelled to. Whereas, if there's a fire protection and there's a fire service, and I think this is also where this confusion at the moment, or where the service is assigned to a district or whether it's assigned to local. Because if there's a fire service, that municipality must become a member of the FPA. There's no choice. They've got to immediately, there's a fire service. So now the province, district can probably turn around and say, no, but it's not our service, it's the local, and the local can say, well, it's not ours, and in the end, nobody becomes a member of the FPA. But I think it's important that when it comes to owners, in terms of the municipality, yes, it's fine, and I think the fire chief needs to drive this process and be the sort of champion. But the Act places that responsibility squarely on the shoulders of the municipal manager. The municipal manager, even if there's no fire service, and I share Mr. Mokwena's view, all municipalities have land, whether it's commonage, whether it's whatever, but they've land, so immediately they become a landowner, and the municipal manager becomes responsible. Okay, state land, minister, MEC, they must also, there's no option. I don't know in many instances whether the state landowners are really part of the FPAs. And I think the other one that's very important for municipalities and all landowners to take note of when it comes to FPA membership is the presumption of negligence in terms of the Section 34 of the Act. If you're not a member, you are literally deemed to have been negligent if a fire starts on your land. So it really, normally in a court case, if I allege something, I've got to prove it. But in this instance, the Act is saying you are negligent until you can prove that you haven't been negligent, unless you are a member of the FPA. What did we do in Mangaung? We went to council. We spelled it out to council saying this is the requirements. This is what we need to do. There's no option. So council took a decision to say that we must become a member of the FPA. We also pay our membership fee, which I'm not too sure, but I think maybe we are the biggest contributor, single contributor. And it's not a lot of money. I think in Mangaung's case it's about 75,000 rand. But in my view, it's the symbolic payment that we can say to the other landowners, but the municipality is in this with you. It's not just for the landowners and the municipality stands back. Our representation on the Fire Protection Association, parks and cemeteries, because they are responsible for the vacant land, disaster management, obviously, and then fire services. So those are the three entities that play a key role when it comes to the Mangaung FPA. Okay, the area of operations, maybe it's the Mangaung area as we know it, but then just I think to increase our headaches, if I understand this correctly, we've also surrounding close to Bultfontein, we've got something that's added on, and also in the Deepwood area. Because the Act, if you look at the Act and legislation, there's nothing that says that you know how the boundaries of an FPA must look. It's just whether it's got the same relatively uniformity of fire risk or regular veld fires. There's 4 different scenarios, but all of them they've got all in between. So actually, you only need one of those, then you can form a FPA. So ours is the municipal area of Mangaung plus these 2 add-ons, which just made sense to have them added on. We've got 10 fire management areas throughout the Mangaung area. I'm not going to go into the detail. There's the Bloemfontein one, Bultfontein, the Wenstorp, Mokkiesdam, the Brug, Samaspos, Soutpand, Wanshu, Deepwood, and then the Wetpinner and Van Staden's. Because, like I said earlier, from Bloemfontein to Van Staden's is close to 140 kilometers. That's where we need to go and do firefighting. Okay, the benefit of integration, and this is something that we must really not overlook. I've been saying for quite a number of years, there is a lot of resources out there. There's really throughout Mangaung, throughout the Mangaung FPA area, throughout the province, throughout all the municipalities. The challenge is to manage those resources. We have on occasion found that when you have a veld fire, you've actually got an oversupply of resources. Because people feel themselves compelled to go and help. That's just the spirit. But you need to be able to manage those resources. You know, we say felt fires and structure fires. I'll take a structure fire any day, because a structure fire is contained within a structure. Whether it's a big structure, whether it's a small structure, but it's contained within that structure. A felt fire, your area of operations can be kilometers. And that's why the whole incident command system that the fire service and a lot of other agencies uses today, it was born out of felt fires, not structure fires. It was later adapted for use in structure fires. But because of the area of operations of a felt fire, and on a windy day, it's very dynamic. It can change rapidly, and it can change rapidly and considerably within a very short period of time. So the challenge was, we've got all these resources. How do we manage them? How do we optimally? And the answer, whether we want to hear it or not, is the FPA. It's not something else. In my view, there's no other entity or organization or something that can manage this. It's only the FPA. Okay, then also the benefit of integration. We started off with one working on fire team in Bloemfontein. We inherited a team in the Westop after the 2016 elections. And that team has really, to Mangaung Fire and Mangaung Municipality, it has proven to be a major asset. Because of the distance between Bloemfontein and the Westop and the surrounding areas. It's a team that's very well equipped. They've got I think it's their truck out there, if I remember correctly. I'm just judging by the call sign number, FT35. But now we are fortunate, we have the Tabanjo, the Westop, Bloemfontein, and Van Staden's list teams. But the beauty about the FPA is also that when circumstances require or dictate, we can get teams in from other areas. I recall last year we had a fire here from Garib coming into the Mangaung area. And I was amazed at the resources that Johan Breitenbach was calling on. I mean, it took time for them to get here, obviously. But it was just a phone call away, speaking to someone, and a couple of hours later, when it was cold and it was miserable in the morning, you would see the teams come into the control center. So that's the beauty of the benefit of this integration. You get access to resources. Okay, we also use MAFPA as a delivery vehicle for felt fire awareness and training, prevention, prescribed burning. We issue permits. If you look at the Act, there's not really the strict requirement for permits, but all landowners must, under certain circumstances, inform people when they are going to be doing burns. So we use that process to manage these burns. Resource sharing, coordination, incident command, and then fire suppression ultimately. We, at one point in time when we had working on fire at our fire station, they actually used the opportunity whenever we had visits to our museum. Incidentally, we've got the largest fire service museum in the country. It's at one of our fire stations. So if you want to visit at any time, you can just speak to Mr. Van Zyl, who's also our FPO for the MAFPA, and he will arrange that visit. But working on fire also got involved in that. They used that opportunity to do. When the school group came, we took them through the fire service side of it, and then working on fire would seize that opportunity to also do their thing for felt fire prevention. It was that one-stop integration. Okay, the future, as I was sitting there, I was receiving some WhatsApps on the MAFPA group. This urban-rural interface, the small holdings, it's a headache. Because some of the small holdings see themselves as part of the urban area. That's normally a well-developed one with a luxury house on it. So that individual wants a structural fire service. He or she is not so much interested in veld fire, but the neighbor next door, he's trying to do a little bit of farming. So he's still agricultural, and where those two meet, that's the challenge, because the agricultural guy, which like the WhatsApps now indicated, he or she wants to burn their refuse because I'm staying on the quarter. I want to burn my refuse. But now the guy next door who thinks he or she is living in the city, he doesn't like the smoke. There's a risk that fire will spread to my plot. So this one is really for us, and I think it's all over. It's going to be the challenge where that built-up area meets the urban area. We've got a couple of places in Mangaung, Naval Hill. That's the challenge because the people want to build into the mountain. But when there's a fire, it's a challenge. Strategic tactical approach to fire suppression. Again, the same fire that I attended with Johan Breitenbach last year. It's difficult for people sometimes to understand that when you fight fire, you may have to take a decision to say we are going to let this fire burn up to a point. The approach that most people want to go and do, they want to go and attack that fire. And to be honest with you, if you've got a 40 kilometer per hour wind, which the expert from the weather service says is not that bad, you are not going to catch that fire. Forget it. No matter what you drive in, no matter what maybe if you've got a couple of helicopters or spotter planes or something, these big things, these tankers that they use in Canada and the States, maybe we've got a chance. But with the resources that we have, forget it. You are not going to chase that fire down. And to get people then to understand that tactically and even strategically, we now want to cut that fire front. You start and you narrow the fire front. Or you start with a contract, and the people from working on fire, they are experts at this. Sometimes people don't appreciate that. They feel that, God, no, you must protect my land, you must protect my... So it's a very narrow-minded approach. And then to make the impact to say, no, we've got to deal with this differently. It's a challenge. But I must take my hat off to Johan Breitenbach. Obviously, he's dealt with this before. But it's also important that you never ignore local knowledge. We don't know every part of our municipal area that well. So Johan had a map there, so we could, on the map, he could engage the locals to say to them, but this road, is it wide enough to do this or that? So don't ignore the locals. Don't come in as incident commander and just throw your weight around. There comes a point where somebody has to make the decision. That's true. But you need to explain to people what are you trying to do. But the landowners sometimes they struggle with this strategic approach to firefighting. And very often, my experience is this is the case when the pre-planning, when there should have been planning and prevention measures, when that was not taken care of properly. When that's taken care of properly, then normally there are, I was thinking about it, when we go into the urban area, we've got national building regulations saying that if you have a building this size, you must have a sprinkler system. Or if you have a building this size, you must have 4 or 5 exit routes. The only similar piece of legislation that we have for rural area and veld fires is the National Veld and Forest Fire Act. So that should be why people, that's why the Act requires fire breaks. And if you look at the Act, and maybe it was just coincidental, but I don't think so, the fire suppression end or portion comes very late in the Act. There's a lot of other issues that need to happen, and then only does the Act talk about suppression. So people really, and farmers, the way you manage your herd, if you're this big stock breeder, The same way you manage your herd and your artificial insemination, and you go to all these big auctions where you buy the cattle at millions of rands. The same way you should be managing fire. You should be thinking about fire. It should be part of your day-to-day management. You cannot do it on the day when you've got a 30, 40 kilometer wind behind your back. It's too late. I think the coming year we are going to have a challenge when it comes to input costs. The price of diesel, again, everybody knows where that's gone. So the number of farmers that we have that maybe the previous 2 years were involved, we'll have to see whether that's going to persist. But I think this year, I know Johan will probably in his presentation say something about this, but the fire load is heavy. It's going to be a high energy release whenever there's a fire. So we hope that this will be not too long a season. This is the Mangaung experience, but really we cannot go into a fire season saying that it's the municipality's responsibility and it's the FPA responsibility and it's working on fire. We cannot. We need to go into this together. There's a lot of resources, but we need to manage those resources. And I think we've, in Mangaung, to a great extent, we've managed to get those resources on the same page and to push through. I think we learned out of the previous 2 seasons. So hopefully this year we can go even better prepared, but we need to go into this together. There's no way that any one portion, and I really, Mr. Mokwena, I take my hat off to the local municipalities, and the fire service is there. Because, you know, another problem with the fire service is maybe we always try and make a plan. Whether it's with that bucky, whether it's with nothing, we try and make a plan. So I think maybe sometimes we tend to spoil the politicians. But the problem is, like the doctor of ceremony said to us, we are going to be exposed by this veldfire season. It's going to be brutal. You're either going to make it or you're not going to make it. There's not going to be a middle way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lambert, for sharing your experiences in Maun with the audience. Very informative indeed. I think my colleagues on the floor would have picked up some best practices and they would like to tap more into what you have presented today. So there could be questions or comments. Let's allow for such. There's one hand over there. Can I note the second one? Only one hand. So it was a job well done. Can we hear from you, sir?
Thank you, Program Director. I think with the number of comments that I have, I think I should have prepared a presentation and been part of the panel to present. I just want to commend Mangaung for the work that they have done. As you said, Chairperson, that this is a blueprint of what we are trying to achieve within the province. And when I first took over the job that I have now, there was initially animosity between landowners and the municipalities, or I should say FPAs and municipalities, because in the past, FPAs have been seen to be blood-sucking in terms of the resources from the local government, to the tune where I think the MEC once asked us the question to say, why are FPAs invoicing to the tune of 10 million within the province? And my response was that fire services are not playing the leadership role that they are constitutionally mandated to play within integrated fire management. And I'm glad that Mr. Mokwena touched on this in his presentation, to say that, fire chiefs are captains and they preside over everybody and every fire that is within their jurisdiction. And I just want to highlight that it is very much important, Chairperson, that fire services take up their leadership roles in integrated fire management. We've seen many FPAs that are dysfunctional, and a large sort of contributing factor to that is that FPOs are not regular landowners or regular farmers who have their farming responsibilities to do, and the issue of integrated fire management plays a secondary role, and you find that without a leader in an FPA, it's bound to be dysfunctional and not adhere to the prescriptions of the Act. So I just want to thank Mangawungu for what they have done, and the previous fire chief, Mr. Van der Westhuizen, who I worked very well with, that has retired. And I just want to say to Mr. Lambert that as a department, DFFE, we are awaiting eagerly the appointment of a permanent fire chief. And we would like that fire chief to then, as he signs his acceptance of responsibility, he must also sign a form, is it a Form 5, that is taking up the responsibilities of FPO of the Mangaung FPA. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much for that. And yes, I must really, in his absence, give credit to Mr. Van der Westhuizen. He was the kickstart behind the whole move with working on fire. So definitely. I think the FPAs, unfortunately, there's a little bit of history in the Free State. Personally, at one point in time, I think we had too many FPAs. And I don't want to steal Johan's presentation. But the problem is, that I got the impression that a lot of the FPAs were just in the game to see, what funding could they get. Forgetting the bigger picture, forgetting their role. It was just on, can we get, how many skid units are we getting, how many blowers are we getting? Blowers were not in the picture at that point in time. But the FPAs did not understand their role. And I think with the reduction now and all the attempts to reduce, it makes sense. But I think we had too many. And also sometimes, and I know one shouldn't go there, but sometimes I think the underlying basis on which these FPAs were formed, it was a boerevereniging. And it was very, often it was actually a very small group, also geographically, so it didn't make sense. It was too small to be sustainable. But I think we've now moved beyond that. We are looking at the bigger picture. But thank you for the compliment. But yes, Mr. Van der Westhuizen, but my whole team, I always say that's maybe the saving grace in Mongo. I've got a very good team. Yes, Mr. Van der Westhuizen left the gap. People always say it's big shoes to fill. It's not like that. The guy takes his shoes with him. But you need to get somebody in there. But that's why we're fortunate. We've got depth. We could get somebody else in. And I also look forward to the appointment of a permanent fire chief. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lambert. Colleagues, I revamped the program a little. We will just put FSUPA on hold. I see where I can squeeze them. Maybe after lunch, because we still have ample time after lunch. Let's move on now to working on fire. Mayor Antoinette Gini. The floor is yours, man. Ladies and gentlemen, we're still sorting out a few issues here. I think it's proper for me to give you a 5-minute body break. By 5, I mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you. I want time to know. Yeah. Okay, just one minute. Yeah, I just check it here. Ladies and gentlemen, counting down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Your time is up. Please come in. Remember, we'll be taking lunch at 1 o'clock. So I wouldn't have thought that people will go for tea just before lunch. That means you've got your priorities all mixed up. But I understand human nature is dynamic. It's not cast in stone. Can we please take our seats and allow Mayor Antoinette Jenny from Working on Fire to speak to us. Speak to us, ma'am.
afternoon, everybody. As it's indicated, that my name is Anthony Chini, General Manager for Working on Fire in the precinct. Allow me to present to you. The content of my presentation is who are we as Working on Fire? What services are we rendering? Accessibility, how do you access our resources? I'm sure some speakers before me have highlighted that about our resources. Who are we? You can see the main core with us is also integrated fire management. Allow me to play this video and please listen very carefully to it. It's telling you who really Working on Fire is.
The award-winning Working on Fire program was launched in 2003 and now employs more than 5,000 young men and women fully trained as wildland firefighters and deployed in more than 200 bases across South Africa. Working on Fire is a government-funded expanded public works program implemented by Kishugu Holdings on behalf of the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment.
Working on Fire has become one of our marquee and successful programs of integrating young people into environmental work, and particularly with regards to working on fire.
More than 90% of our firefighters are between the ages of 18 and 35, making this program one of South Africa's most successful employment initiatives. With 30% of women firefighters, we are at the top of female employment in any similar firefighting force in the world. Our program practices integrated fire management to prevent and control wildland fires and has an impressive record of saving lives, restoring dignity, and protecting the environment. The program is committed to developing its firefighters, and today 60% of our 300 managers are former firefighters. As the risks associated with climate change threaten our environment, the fight against wildfire is now a global one. Working on Fire is ready. In August 2021, more than 100 firefighters and management were deployed to Canada for the fourth time to assist in fighting multiple disaster fires. Our firefighters were assessed and found to be among the top in ready. In August 2021, more than 100 firefighters and management were deployed to Canada for the fourth time to assist in fighting multiple disaster fires. Our firefighters were assessed and found to be among the top in the world. Working on Fire continues to strive for excellence in serving to protect and conserve our environment and in making sure that we make a difference to a safer, cleaner, and better world. Working on Fire, saving lives, restoring dignity, protecting the environment.
And I was fortunate that I've been part of those deployments myself to go and learn. And also, we also do the making it a sustainable difference in the environment. The mission of Work on Fire is to develop supplies and implement the integrated fire management solution across the whole value chain to the government, land management agencies, and land owners and communities. So on Fire, we have values. We live according to these values. And I'm glad that the speakers have already mentioned what the value they are getting from Working on Fire. And some of these values is accountability. We account for what we do. We take the responsibility. That is why we want to serve the communities and serve them excellently so. And teamwork. As we are Working on Fire, we want to work with the team. Hence, when I joined the Free State myself, from the Eastern Cape. I met Mr. Savage, I met Mr. Tina Francis. I said, I want to learn because I'm coming from forestry. And I want to learn and I want to work with the team. I'm not gonna work as Women Fire in isolation. I want to engage. I met Mr. Kabela, I met everybody. Hence, I say I refuse to work in silos because values of Women Fire it means that we have to work as a team. When the excellency, and the excellent work that we do is because we take pride in what we do. So, and adapt at any environment, at any change, at any stage, we adapt. We are very flexible. Our firefighters adapt. My team adapts. So we are here, and another one is making difference. We are here to make difference in these communities of the Free State. Our resources in the Free State are here to make a difference. These are our operations. You can see the team is ready. It is ready now to take on this fire season. We are ready, operational as on fire. They are trained, ready, assessed, yellow carded. Our teams are ready to rock and roll. These are our firefighters. You can see the discipline, the way they stand. There's a reason for that to be on attention. So, Working Fire in the Free State has employed more than 600 firefighters in the Free State province. It's a poverty relief program. We've employed these young men and women and equipped them to go out there and represent us well. And so far, they're doing very well. Our firefighters are stationed in 26 bases, both the eastern region and the central region of the Free State. And they are based and established in partnership with the FPAs, municipalities, and other organizations. So we do have teams in municipalities that are hosted by the FPAs. And I will also acknowledge what Ndajeng Mokoena was saying, that the team was hosted there. But Ndajeng Mokoena, let me assure you that there's a plan in place with the NEFSMA to assist your situation in Maputo. Working on fire teams are in the province, all over the province. Our teams are allocated to the province. These are the teams we have according to the municipality. In the Tabeng municipality, we have Bethlehem, Clarence, Reis, and we also have I think we also have the Bloemfontein team in Mangaung. Bloemfontein has been mentioned. And you can see the pride that the Mangaung has in the team. He listed his teams there with confidence because he knows the benefits of having the youth on fire in Mangaung. And thank you for bringing that up. Global and Fixbed, Makwa, Senegal, and Sintoto municipality, there is also the work on fire team. Let me put it to you that we have the relationship we have with the FPAs, and I'm sure maybe that just will touch on that. I don't want to go in this way. There's a MOU between the FPA that they have started to have the MOU with the municipality in order for our communities to access the resources of the FPA. I cannot go and put a team, but I have to work hand in hand with the FPA who's voting. So there's a MOU that needs municipalities to sign with the FPO because in our agreement of fire, we have the FPAs. So that is that relationship. I will appeal to all the municipalities to engage the FPAs so that we balance our province and be consistent in what we do as a team. We also have Golden Gate at Thabo Mofusanyana municipality and also under the NEFSPA municipality, the FPA, sorry, the NEFSPA FPA. And in Brantford, Thabo Mofusanyana, Brantford, where we are, we have a team that was running here a build-up in this area, Tennyson and Winnipeg. Hebron and Paris, we have at Mwada municipality, Kronstadt, at Mokaka municipality, Ruvel, Zastrot, Harib, we also have teams in that area. Our resources. The speaker that has spoken before me from Mangaung has indicated the resources. So he has given the quantities we've got in the province. I must indicate nationally as Free State, we've got the most resources of work on fire. And I'm putting my head on the block to say these resources will be used to use the province. when the other provinces say, can we tap in the Free State? I say, no, not the Free State. These resources are planned, and I plead, please, let's use these resources, and because there's a need. So we've got the FT, we've got strike unit, we have TB. The FT takes about 20 to 25 firefighters. The strike unit takes about 13. The PB, there's a PB biking, and we've got one rental Kishubu, and we have pool buggies, 7 in the province, and we have an Avanga. Please go and have a look when you're on your break. Our resources are displayed outside. Ask how they operate, how effective are. You are welcome to go and have a look at displayed outside. These are our resources. Beautiful, ne? Very beautiful. And it comes with this. So this is our resources. We are proud, very proud to have these resources. And they're very effective in what they expected you to do. Okay, there's the services that we render as work on fire. We do fire breaks, the speaker mentioned, we do prescribed ban, we do manual fuel rejection, we do fire suppression, we do fire prevention as work on fire. There will be speaker, I will bring somebody who's going to talk about fire prevention in their cluster in the province. In the province, we have targeted 955 in terms of fire breaks, and we did more than that. And well done to the partners that have contributed to these figures, because they make sure that our teams are not just sitting in the sun the whole day. Hence, we say, we plead, if you see anything yellow walking up and down, you must call Antoinette and ask what this person is doing here, because we are expected to deliver. So we cannot afford the people sitting in one base in the sun the whole day, and I have people at Waten who are on operationally, but I'm paying them same salary. I have to account, and I cannot justify the unproductivity of the teams. So hence we say we are getting paid on what we do. Prescribed ban. We also did very well in that area of the prescribed. We have exceeded. Thank you to my partners for being committed in terms of your productivity. As well as manual fuel reduction, we also doing well in that, and we are exceeding. And this is the stats of the fires we had in the last financial year. You can see in September it was our peak, and September, October, it was a very high peak season of the fires. The teams get very busy in the province. I'm sure that SRH will talk more on that. Okay, now we also have a fireworks department. Allow me, I'm not Antoinette alone, I've got a team. I work with people, they've got the responsibilities, and I want to bring them at this moment, program director, to play their role, what they do, what is their role in work on fire in the Free State. Allow me to bring Claudina Motaung to take over fire awareness. I'm coming back once it's done. Good afternoon, everybody on this platform, and good afternoon to everybody that's watching online. And thank you to my general manager. My name is Claudina Mufuge. I'm the community fire awareness officer, and mine is to take you through the fire awareness department of Working on Fire. So before maybe I continue, I feel very compelled to say this. For a person maybe to respond to the call of being maybe fire awareness department or to go and work with the public. I think that on its own is really not for the faint-hearted. It needs somebody who's very committed, somebody who has compassion, somebody who also have a sense of humanity. I'm saying that because being the foot soldiers who go into these communities and work with them, we experience a lot of things, more especially with the incidents around these fires, where our communities tend to be victims of fires, whether be it wildfire or structural fires. So it takes a lot for you to heed to that call of duty in entering the fire awareness department. So I salute this department. So also, just not to maybe waste any time, let me introduce you to the Working on Fire Free State Fire Awareness Team. We've tried to also put their contacts there so for the ease of access, so that you know if ever you need whatever kind of service, which person you need to contact. There is 3 fire awareness officers, which is Claudina Mufukeng, Community Fire Awareness Officer. Mine is to work with communities entirely throughout the whole of the Free State. Then we also have Ausmi Bonimutawu, who is a Fire Awareness Training Officer. She works in the central region of the Working on Fire with the Working on Fire teams, equipping them with fire safety messages so that in her absence, they can be our foot soldiers going into the communities and implementing or teaching about fire awareness. So does Ntate Lesson Mutu, who is also the fire awareness training officer, who takes the responsibility of the Eastern region, that side of the Free State. He also does the same as the Mutawu. Theirs is to equip the Working on Fire teams, train them so that they can go out there to implement the fire awareness part to the communities and the schools. So mine is to go the whole way. I don't have any help, but you see how maybe difficult my job is. I'm all alone. There's 2 of them. Nonetheless, this is the Working on Fire Awareness Team in the province. Before I proceed, can I get an indication as to whether the contact has been noted so that I can proceed? Thank you. So, how do we exactly assist the communities as Working on Fire Awareness in the Free State? I will start maybe with the communities part of it. Because maybe if I may say that, because 90% of the time, fires are started by human negligence. That is why we try and make those efforts to go into the communities to teach about fire safety. So what we do in the communities, prior to us going into communities, we try and profile the communities that we need to go to. This lies entirely with the fire stands. We check where the fires are most likely to happen or have happened, maybe in the prior fire season, checking the numbers to say, this is where we need to go, this is where we need to intensify our fire awareness interventions. Why? Because we do not want to waste resources going into maybe communities that maybe their risk is very low. So after profiling, that is when now we start to implement the fire awareness intervention. So what I do in the communities, I do fire safe activities, your presentations, your workshops, and then your radio fire safe talks. During the presentations, because the time is limited and fire awareness has a lot of information, but however, during the presentations, usually it is a collaboration. You find out there's many sectors, and then now information, you tend to minimize information. That is when now we go and do the fire safe workshops, where we sit with the communities for a longer period of time, taking them through all the fire safety messages. With these fire safe workshops, the aim is to motivate the communities to firstly take the ownership for their fire risks. And then, if we have done that now, what do we do? Let's come up with ways to mitigate those fire risks so that at least we fight fires indirectly, because I don't teach them to actually extinguish fire, but I teach them just to be aware. Take ownership, do your part, do something to make sure that you prevent before an actual incident happens. So at least in the workshops, we take a lot of day, almost the whole day, to at least equip them or empower them with the fire safety messages, so that when they go back into their communities, at least they change the behaviors, they share the knowledge, maybe with your Makelwane or your neighbor, maybe with the kids in the house, so that we fight this pandemic that is fire. Fire is good, yes, we acknowledge, but there's fires that are unwanted and cause a lot of damage. So at least in the workshop, we have the chance to unpack everything so that they take ownership of their fire risks, and then they also have the activity maybe to develop some kind of fire management plan that is specifically in their regions, in their communities, or in their wards, so that we also motivate them to say, during maybe the public meetings or maybe the development of the municipal IDPs, at least get closer to disaster management and communicate to say, as the committee of so and so, this is what we are trying to help ourselves before an incident happens, because it's really heartbreaking when an incident has happened and now it's the blame game. It should have been you were supposed to help me. No, it was supposed to be you. But what have I done as a community member to make sure that my house is in order, our community that we live in is free from fire hazards? So that is what we do. And then with the radio, with the community radios, we try to reach to a broader community also, because not everybody makes it to the workshops or the presentations. So we try to make sure that we preach the fire awareness key messages on those platforms. And I really must say that on the side of I think it's Thabo Futsanyane, Setoto FM has been so forward-coming with the partnership, and they've been giving us time on air to make sure that we teach the broader community. And then after we have done all those interventions, because of it will be prior to the fire season, then towards the fire season, we now intensify, because when we say the fire season have started, already the fire is burning. The time of us teaching one another is there, but it's limited. That is why we try to make sure that the teaching takes place, or it happens prior to the fire season, so that at least when they are in the fire season now, when fires are burning up and down, they know what to do, they know how to protect themselves. That is where we do now the fire awareness campaign in the communities that we have trained, and then now we come together in partnership with all other stakeholders whom are also key stakeholders in terms of fire awareness. and then we have the community fire awareness campaigns. Now, whatever that we have trained or whatever that we have been teaching in the fire safety activities now comes to life. So at least the community members, they can see when we were talking about maybe fuel load reduction activity in the workshop, what were we talking about? This is when we do intensify the teaching, but then also showcasing the practical side of the fuel load reduction, also motivating the communities further to say, we would like for you to take ownership for your fire risk. And then after that, we saw that it is really somewhat maybe wasteful expenditure, if I may put it, for lack of a better statement. We go down to the fire safety. This is where now, because we have put so many resources, we have made this effort. Now, the fire safety, we would like to see the communities now taking ownership. They are the ones who coordinated the fire safety to say, because of you have equipped us, and then we have established maybe the fire adaptive committees in our wards or communities. Now, we were thinking that maybe let's do a campaign on our own, but we would like for your support. So on the fire safety, that is when they do things independently as a community, but then I am there with them every step of the way to guide them. And then there's also the EPWP special project workshop that I do. I specifically chose the home-based caregivers because also they are like the first responders, because when they go into these homes each and every day, they see what's happening. They can see on a particular household, there's fire negligence, the kettle is it's hanging, and there's a possibility that a fire can erupt in that house, or maybe like housekeeping is not in order as the way we were taught in the fire safe workshop. So between social development and working on fire, there's also that MOU to say, in our absence, can you be our eyes and ears? So that is why I'm not saying that is the only people I'm focusing on. Maybe there's other community-based groups that I can be introduced to, so I can work with them to equip them. But then that is the whole idea behind workshopping the home-based caregivers. And then with the last one of the door-to-door fire safe, that is when we now bring our working on fire teams to say now, not everybody makes it to the public gatherings. There's the elderly people, there's people who are physically challenged, who cannot come to hear for themselves about the fire safety messages. In fact, we were, as working on fire, we were talking about the fire safety messages that are user-friendly to people living with disabilities. But for now, we have to be their eyes and their ears. So now when we are equipped with the working on fire teams, we go out, do door-to-door in the communities, and make sure that we do not leave anyone behind, because fires do not discriminate. They do not check whether you are wealthy or you are poor. Especially it hits on the poorest of the poor in our communities. On the schools side, our fire safety messages are kept aligned, simply because we are trying not to take away time from a learning period where we'll be taking kids for the longest time. That is why we try and group them according to their grades, because the fire safety messages that we go to with at schools, they are curriculum aligned. So that is when we do the fire safe presentation for to start from foundation phase up until to FET. And then after that, because like I said, you cannot all the time spoon feed, but then you find that there's nothing, there's no value for money, if I can put it. People are not getting it, or else maybe they are, it's like the information is falling on deaf ears. That is when we now introduce the fire safe schools. The fire safe schools, we go to the schools, and then what we do with schools, we try to adopt them in a way whereby we assist them in terms of fire safety. It seems as if my time is up, but however, let me just say, I did share our contacts. If ever there's any need that you have identified in your community that needs this project needs to go out into communities. Yes, it's well and good if we sit in our offices with our heaters, but then the action and the most incidents happen out there, and that is where we would like to be and serve our communities. Oh, you were just saying I must. Okay. I thought they said time up. Sorry, guys. So our targeted audience, we would like to go into farming and agricultural communities, because without explaining it any further, I think you would all maybe know why we would like to go to those communities. And then also, even schools and communities at risk of wildfires, now we also going to venture into the wildland-urban interface communities to assist with fire awareness intervention and also informal settlement, as well as conservation. This is a stakeholder database that with the stakeholders that we always work with hand in hand when we do these interventions. So I hope that I put everyone that we work with, we actively work with in the Free State. And then also, just to take you a little bit, just to take you through, because of this event that was to happen, we decided that we have been doing this for the longest time. I think since 2015, we have been doing the fire awareness campaigns in communities. So for this year, we had done Brantford in the Masilonyana local municipality, especially targeting Matarantle community. I think if anyone is familiar with Brantford, they will know of the fuel load that is surrounding that community, as well as the defensible space that is non-existent to the community that side. So this is, it happened 16 May to the 20th. It was a week-long program, and those are some of the pictures that we took when we did the community fire safe activities that I have explained about. And then also with the schools activities. And then these are the risk reduction fuel load activities. Like I said to you guys, we don't just dump information and leave. We also would like to do the practical side of things so that in our absence, they can do things for themselves. And this was the door-to-door, this was the last day of the campaign. And then also, it's not a one-man show, especially if we are fighting fires. We know that you cannot conquer alone. So in partnership with Provincial Disaster Management, Free State Department of COGTA, Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, Mangaung Fire and Rescue and Masilonyana local municipality in our support, we managed to do all that for that week. So we are hopeful that we will venture into other communities as well. That is where I will pause and tour the stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Protina, for the presentation. I'm breastfeeding. They must grow up. They need to grow. They need to grow. As you can see, the products that we just came on the stage. Let me continue. I know people are hungry. Okay, now, how do you assess working on fire resources? Obviously, we have a system in place, which is dispatch, there's protocol, then the caller pays. There's a protocol, you call dispatch, you have a fire, and all those processes, but there is a protocol to reach our teams. I want to acknowledge the conservation services, which is TCS, that we're also knocking at their door. They open our doors for us, and we are engaging with them in strengthening that relationship to having some of our teams that are not productive and locate them in all the reserves of TCS. I want to show my gratitude to TCS for allowing us to have that relationship. Contact details, when you need me, those are my details. If when you then the presentation, it will be shared, and these are my contact details. Let me plead to all of you. Can you see how we're standing as there? I plead to all the stakeholders to work together and hold each other together as a team of Free State, and we work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues from Working on Fire. I think you'll agree with me, very passionate about what they are doing. Yeah. So let's just give them another round. So let's not steal the shine. We were supposed to go for lunch at 1, but because I've got powers to change everything, I can allocate 5 minutes for question time for Working on Fire. Can we note hands first? I've got a hand here. I've got a hand over there. Do we have a third hand? There's a third hand over there. Going once, twice, thrice. Let's start with you, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just have one question.
Can you please introduce yourself?
Thank you. My name is Solomon Gale from Tokolo Municipality. I think, Chairperson, you got the knowledge of what happened last year in Tokolo. Remember, Tokolo is sharing borders with Northern Cape and Free State. There were huge running fires that started from North Cape and Northwest that came to Free State. So my question is just to ask, because other issues I'll ask Memorial separately. How do we access how do we get to qualify to have a work on fire based for Tokolo? We used to have it. I don't know what happened. So we want to access them again because we think we need them. Thank you.
Can I respond? And thank you for your question, and I'm sure that established in his presentation, he will also align that. But he's been having meetings in the area with the FPH in that area. So I know very well, even when we had the fire at Workshop, there were issues in that area. So there's negotiations happening, but the key person, remember, I work with Natisa, I'm married to Natisa. So we work together, and I'm not going to take a decision here alone. My partner is going to give you more details in his presentation. I've got a partner, I'm married.
Thank you, Trainer. Let's get to the second question.
My name is Daniel Social Asham from Macedonia local municipality. Remember, the question is like this, even to the house. The processes. Like for instance, I want to make an example to each and everyone so that everyone must understand. There is a structural fire in Lusaka, Tennessee. There is a working on fire team in Tennessee. Now, what must I do? I'm supposed to phone to Bloemfontein to make contact to you. There's another particular processes, go to Bloemfontein. After Bloemfontein, they're not sure, they're not supposed to go to they're doing a felt fire, they're not doing a structural fire. After that, they only to find that the house is automatically burned down. Can we change the method and the strategy because automatically we've signed a memorandum of understanding? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. The work on fire teams are trained for veld and forest fires. And they are not the first response to a structural fire, even in the veld fire, they are not the first responders. So hence, in that, you will have to have a structural fire for a structural fire. For veld fire, you engage with a partner or call our dispatch and the team will be activated. We don't take the charge of the structural fire because our teams are mainly trained in veld and forestry fire. Thank you.
Thank you, Antoinette. I hope you answered, sir. Let's have the third question.
Yeah, thank you. I'm JJ Seleke from Maluti. I'm JJ Seleke from Maluti Apofum, which is more rural than other municipality that you can mention. Mr. Mukwena mentioned our frustration. And then I want to know about the withdrawal of your resources in our area. You said you're going to do something. I don't know whether are you going to elaborate publicly or you need me aside. I don't know whether that is a secret so that the other municipality cannot
that is private. If you allow me, the core reasons in that, but other things is gonna be our home affairs. I'm not gonna tell yet. So it's gonna be our home affairs in Yana. Me and you outside. And I don't know when I knows very well, and yeah, we know those affairs. So what I'm gonna say to you, remember, I've got a department, I've got the I've got the Bram here. And remember, our services, we have we plan the production. I look at my records, I don't even have a single hectare in Kwango. But the team is there. Nobody takes responsibility, he said, to say, make a call text, go and do a fire. It's a walking distance. I'm not going to make call text. It's a responsibility of municipal. They've got the resources. There's just to make a call. I need the team to go and do a fire break. Walk with the equipment. Those people are trained at it. They can walk a distance and do the job that's required. The core team is my number one priority if I come down and take it to Sudore. Because indeed municipality is not. The other thing is the money. You move workman 580, you pay. I don't want to mention the amount of money that of workman fire that otherwise because my department can listen to this and I'm not gonna say it here. So it's how affects the amount of I'm even scared to say it because it's a money, it's money. Please don't investigate me out of here. How much? So that amount of money is the one I made that call. I said, move my vehicle. And when they cry, and that resource, I knew that that's the only thing they needed because when they've got a breakdown on the road, it's a open fire that is going. So I realized that, you get to a point of being patient and that, but nobody is pulling their part. I said, let me act and see who's going to do it. And I don't know when I worked initially with him, he knows very well my decision with that. But however, if municipality can fix that honest presentation of Ndademo Gwena, Workman Fire, I don't think cannot change their mind. But municipality must clean their house in order, then bring us. We remember these resources is taxpayers' money. We cannot. So that last time, Home Affairs meeting.
Thank you, Antoinette. Thank you once again, and the other colleagues from Workman Fire from showing passion about what you're doing. I have to applaud you for that one, that in a marriage, each party has to play their role. So, JJ, I think you've got to play a role. Thank you. Colleagues, we are now at 14 minutes past 1. It's lunchtime. Can I explain that we have to file through to the serving stations from that end, take our food, and then back to our tables and enjoy. We can agree on taking 45 minutes for lunch, but at the back of your minds, you are aware, who am I? So if that little bit of mine tells me people are now gossiping outside, I call you back because we have other issues to attend to. Thank you for participating. Thank you for your attention. Let's enjoy lunch. Lunch is served. Thank you. I can see there are people who are still enjoying their lunch. I've got the powers to order them off those tables to order the lunch right at the back. I think we also have got ladies who can help with just clearing the tables so that we save time. Please, 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 ladies. But if you break, you pay. We are running behind schedule a bit, but I think there's no reason for us to panic. There are presentations that are very, very short. Will not take a lot of time. I think we are running behind schedule, but the remaining part of the program we will be able to wrap up by the allocated time of about 3:30. So that's not a train smash. Because I believe it's no use hosting an event like this and you cut people off. There's a lot of discussions. If people have got questions, let's go through them. That's the main purpose of the event. Where is Charles? Charles, can you help me with bringing in all the people who are outside? Charles, are you back? Can we start? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third and last session of the program. What people normally refer to as the graveyard session. But definitely I can assure you this is no graveyard. We're still alive and kicking, very vibrant, and I think till the close of business. There was a request from one gentleman. There's a question that he wanted to put to Working on Fire. For reasons I can't explain, we couldn't do it before we close the preceding session. So Antoinette, if you could come forward, please, and take the question briefly so that we can move on to the next item. Charles, your mic to the gentleman over there.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm from Kaka Disaster Management Center. Chairperson, when I requested this opportunity, I was worried about this home affairs issue. I just wanted us to unpack it so that when we leave here, we are all on par. But my concern is this paying principle of Working on Fire does not work for the rural communities. That's one. Two, it does not work for municipalities that do not have revenue in terms of rates and taxes that are collected, especially those with high indigency level. And three, which is the most important, those particular municipalities, either rural or the ones that do not have revenue because of the indigency level, are the municipalities that have communities. And communities used to be land of municipalities, and those lands were given to the then land affairs, which is now agriculture, rural development, and land reform. Now, the pay principle, it should be the land owner as well as the land user. But in this case, you've got developmental farmers who are food insecure, who are trying to put a plate on their table. They can't even afford their time. They've got 2 dogs, 2 cats, 2 sheep, and 2 goats. And that's where the fire comes from, mostly in municipal areas. Now, what are we saying at this forum? Are we saying we're pushing those people back into poverty? While when they were taken to communities, they were saying we are pushing the frontiers of poverty. That was the slogan then. That was in 1998, 99, 2000, when communities started. Now, we've got a pay principle. We still pay tax, So in the process, the integration that I saw being placed here should also integrate the poorest of the poor, or the poor developmental farmers that are being put in communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I thought maybe I would say your question will be lost in translation, so I'm not going to translate. I think you got it. Who are paying?
Who are paying? Okay. Who are paying? Question. Let me clarify this first. Working on Fire doesn't own any land. Number one. Working on Fire doesn't own any land. Hence, there is a progress where the municipalities that have the people that are staying in the poor areas, there is something that is going very well with Imperani FPA, Sesotho, where there's a MOU. You speak to the FPA that is in that local municipality to access the resources. There's municipality who are enjoying the benefits through these discussions with the FPA. Working on Fire has a partnership agreement with the FPA. So there are obligations of Working on Fire in the contract. I'll share the contract if you want. There's obligation to partner and there's obligation of Working on Fire to the partner. So we are abided by those obligations that are signed. Rather than that, it should be a discussion of the FPA that is hosting the team or municipality that is hosting the team. And that it can be discussed in those parties. As work on fire, we provide a variable cost that has to be looked in the part of the MOU on how that the two agree. Am I answering your question?
Thank you, Antoinette. I won't give you a chance to maybe establish whether the question has been answered or not. I think if the gentleman over there has got further questions, you can have another third marriage. I propose that. Thank you. Can we then give this opportunity to ESCOM, Mr. Williams, to come and talk to us? Mr. Williams, the floor is yours.
Thanks to the program director, and we would like to say good afternoon to the House and also be passing our gratitude for the opportunity provided to us to also to come learn about the developments in the province in terms of fire management. Us as ESCOM, we are not really into fire management, and it was a bit challenging to even decide what we would like to share. But me coming from the engineering side of the business, I am with Mr. Williams. My name is Mwekezi Matosa. I'm looking after ESCOM electrical infrastructure in the province. More on the maintenance side, but I thought is quite close to the topic is there more on the maintenance than we do on our infrastructure. Because if the infrastructure is neglected, it's also likely to cause fires, knowing that also different property municipalities all over the province. I thought the topic close to my side is more on the maintenance of our infrastructure. And also to make it clear out that in our operations, fires are also very destructive, as you also normally see some of our structures are made of wood. So where we've got excessive fires, those poles get compromised. And they also now in future, if we didn't pick up or maybe attend to them, they can also create future fires. So the most important thing for us is to ensure that we form partnerships. Our infrastructure is likely to cause harm to the environment and also the residents or inhabitants of a particular area. It is important that we actually in forums like this, we also exchange information to ensure that we save the environment. In terms of households, we do have our led by Metuli, the one that is exhibiting outside. She goes throughout the province where she's doing education in terms of safe use of energy. As you can see, the things she used to demonstrate is actually the equipment or appliances that we use at home that are likely, if not being used correctly, to also cause fires. So she is going to the schools, together with the customer service colleagues that are with her, they do public education. And in terms of the farming community as well, we work closely with Mr. Williams from the environmental, share information around civic encroachment, because also when our infrastructure is sitting there and you don't have anything, the encroachment, the target shooting by members of the public towards our infrastructure, we also start getting also fires. Fortunately, Free State is not as exposed as KZN in terms of cane fires. Those cane fires also, they do affect the quality of power, this quality of service that we offer. But they are likely also, because the smoke coming from the cane fires is likely to ionize air, and we start getting short circuits on our power lines and causing interruptions or sometimes power quality issues that affect the production, especially in the manufacturing sector. So it is good that we also interact, especially when it's cover, when there are no fights, so for us to also make each other aware of how we relate, and then going forward and to ensure that we work together in managing the issues facing our communities. I'm going to give Mr. Williams just to share, he's covered some issues from our subscription to the FPA. We struggled a little bit, but we finally got it right. So we still are also appreciative of the support we are getting from the FPAs, because we depend as ESCOM from the relevant authorities and municipalities also when there are fires, so that we are also cognizant of the challenges the municipalities and the various FPAs are also experiencing. Thank you very much. Over to Mr.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Program Director. And thank you, Mr. Matosa, for introducing me. I'll really be very short. I'm just going to give a slight overview in terms of how we, within ESCOM, I'm not going to cover the specifics and stuff like Mr. Matosa covered about the maintenance and stuff. I'm going to try and take our ESCOM values and our shared policy and stuff and try and bring it together to see how we work on prohibiting or limiting fires which do happen. As you can see, I've got the ESCOM values up there. Now, as a state-owned utility company, we have a greater role to play in terms of social, moral, and legal obligation to safeguard and protect people and the environment and its assets, while providing sustainable energy solutions. And you guys are aware, I'm not going to go into the problems that we have. You just hear, please, no questions. But as you can see, we've got 6 values that we operate within. One is zero harm, and that is to strive to ensure that zero harm befalls its employees, contractors, the public, and the national environment. And as you heard, Mr. Matosa indicated to say that naturally who's with us from safety, deals with the public in terms of educating the communities and the public with regards to safety, social electricity, as well as the processes to follow if there's an incident as well. From our side within ESCOM, I'm in environment, but with our safety department as well, we also deal with contractors within the business as well as employees. Secondly, integrity, the honesty of purpose, conduct, and discipline in actions and respect for people. Innovation, value added, creativity, and results oriented. And I think joining and being part of the development is part of that innovation in terms of limiting and working together to limit our impacts. If you look at our zero harm, this is part of achieving that. And you will see when we go further in terms of the sustainability caring, our caring in terms of how we operate, a commitment to meet and strive to exceed the needs of receivers of products and services, And part of that is to ensure that the quality of supply, the safety of our supply is there to limit these incidents. But as you can see with it was nice to see how things come together when we look at all the climate events and stuff and how those climate events can affect our infrastructure. To either cause fires, if you have flooding, even our infrastructure needs to be designed and built to such a standard that it can withstand those impacts of weather, which is actually getting worse, and it might not be designed in the sense that because your climate change within your area might be different. Excellence, acknowledgement by all the exceptional standards, performance, and professionalism in terms of looking at covering different aspects within our business. Because some of our infrastructure, when it gets built, we need to look at not only giving you supply of electricity, but we also need to keep it safe. We need to also look at the environment because now structures needs to limit. If it's in sandbox, which is here, we might have animals there that are game farms specifically, where you also want to limit your impact on game. Also, as well as avian and fauna that you do want to happen. If it's a protected tree, for instance, that's close to a line, it needs to be trimmed. So you want to be legally compliant in getting a permit for that. So to strive for compliance as a minimum, we as a corporate citizen, we are not above the law. And in cases where we have contravened legislation, especially on from distribution, we report that to government. Because it's part of our compliance strategy in terms of our systems that we've got. Environmental duty of care is part of our values, our policy, and our approach. And I'm going to try and leave this together to tell you how we implement what we use when we use our standards and policies and procedures within the business to achieve that. So regulatory compliance, as you can see, is a key focus area in our corporate plan. And we from the Central East Cluster or the Free State Operating Unit, and we fall within that. And we've got our plan to deal with that, to look at how we can meet those compliance obligations. And then compliance is acknowledged as an integral part of maintaining our license to operate. Now, license to operate can be different if you're from generation, they've got other legal compliance issues. With us, this is where I will show you this, where we will come in and bring that together. Because where we've got rights and servitudes and rights of way, those are part of our legal license to operate. Where we deal with our customers, we be landowners, farmers, agriculture, businesses. And that is where we need to acknowledge that we've got our servitudes and our right of way to access property, to limit, to maintain those infrastructure that we've got on there. Now with fires itself, fires are a difficult problem to control because of the vastness, and it's imperative to us to deal with that. We have put in place to meet those license to operate obligations. We've got servitude agreements and requirements that they have to be maintained, and those are maintained through different standards and procedures and policies. One of them is vegetation management and maintenance within ESCOM land, where we do vegetation management to ensure that there's no encroachment of trees or vegetation, because that's when you've got vegetation growing under the line that will cause more, you've got more biomass that can burn. Those are some of the things that, like I said, our servitudes and rights of way, the requirements of that servitude and right of way to limit the impact of that and to maintain vegetation, and also, importantly, our land and biodiversity policy and standard that we've got, because there are other issues there that also relate. Because if we look at vegetation management, for instance, if it's protected trees, we look at biodiversity offsets, the project where you build and you have to cut protected trees, you need to plant again. But also maintain those trees, because safety comes first. So you want to ensure that you don't have loss of supply due to trees encroaching on lines as well, but also limiting the impact of that can cause fires. And that could also be in terms of where you've got the line, and even though it's outside of the servitude or right of way area, but if a tree falls on the line, the tree can be very high. I mean, if you look at blue gum trees and how high they grow, they can still be far away from the line, but still fall on that line and cause a fire in that case. So that is some of the stuff that we look at. The maintenance of equipment that is maintained is very important. If you look at what Mr. Mendoza said, is with the maintenance side. And maintenance is very important. And if you look at the vastness of all our lines that we've got in the whole province, and the age of those lines, and also the when they were built and the structures and things have changed over the years. So you need to have those lines built to a standard that's more resilient to weather changes, to floods. You might have snow which you didn't have in areas before, and those have infrastructure. So maintenance of network is important. That the network is monitored to identify problem areas in terms of faults, losses to equipment, and you take that and have it as a bigger picture of your whole system, and look at where you need to look at what opportunities or risk you've got in infrastructure. Because if you look at that and you look at the amount of claims that might be or might happen from equipment failure, and if you guys look at it in the whole perspective of the Free State alone, then you can imagine how much infrastructure you've got to maintain and look at. And it's important that we take that and look at remedial action or recommendations from that big view and limit it. And how they will take that and work together with the umbrella or with FPAs. And remember, it's a lot of people involved in different areas. And the engagement and working together as a team for us might limit the impact that we have. Because in future, if we don't work together, we won't progress much far with achieving and limiting our impact on the environment. And that's it. Short and sweet. Before Mr. Program Director comes up.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Thank you, and Dr. Matosa. Can we have questions for ESCOM? The colleagues from ESCOM have already indicated they made a plea. Please, questions that are related to those 3 slides only. Nothing more. I can see a hand over there, Charlie. I've noted one. Dr. Matosa, you started with a disclaimer. You said questions of fires, well, that's not what you deal with. So you're not going to respond.
Not from director. So if you request me to come and make a presentation, and I agree to come and make a presentation with all these stakeholders, I don't put a disclaimer. Once you put a disclaimer, it means there's something that you're hiding. Mr. Mandas and Mr. Williams, you put a disclaimer, then something wishy-washy. Mr. Williams is more of a comment now that you have put a disclaimer. It's more of a comment than a question, Mr. Mandas. Because this meeting on its own, or this gathering, I know that doesn't allow us to open a scope even bigger. Because program director, if I am to open a scope even bigger, I would ask them as to kill farmers with a big account when they are actually producing food for us. Because one of the things that ESCOM does, and that is not being monitored, it is to overprice energy to farmers. And it's not about race that this farm is owned by a white or black. It is the question of food security. Electricity is very expensive amongst farmers. They can't afford it. They are offloading workers, they are closing the shop, and the worse. On top of the overprice, there's load shedding. Now this is a double burden for poor farmers. Listen. So I'm not going to get into that space because, Chair, I must tell you, it is a sad story. It is a sad story that I search on. There are two people who are killing farmers. It's SARS and HCOM. Those people are taking farmers out of business. And if our government is not going to stand and defend farmers who are producing food for us, I can tell you now that this country will have a problem with food security, despite the fact that it has started already. So I just want participants to understand the issue. Every time I look at ESCOM, every time I try to do monitoring in the media, because you know the city chairperson, the city is now in the process of budget. Doing budgeting, will be taking a budget very soon for those colleagues who are into municipalities. One of the things, the inquiry that we get as the city, it is how much is electricity going to cost us under circumstances. And that only, you know, we are citizens.
You've made your point,
Yes, Chair. Chair, let me then not frighten your panelists.
Yeah.
What I wanted to raise with you, it is the on risk. Do you have a way of dealing with the risk in these farms? Because when fire erupts, the farm is a bit in the outskirts, and what do you do to try and mitigate in advance? I know Chris has got a way of handling a farm fires, but I'm just asking myself from the ESCOM point of view, ESCOM emergency services, are you a bit quicker in responding or what? Because by the time, you were talking earlier about petrol, diesel, vastness and so on. But what do you do? Because I can just imagine if I'm a farmer or I'm staying in a plot as to what could be your emergency approach in cases of fire. So I want to go further. That Williams, don't worry. Thanks.
Thank you. Did you get the question? Maybe fires that arise from where ESCOM infrastructure is the cause. Okay. Very brief.
Thank you, Chair. And the other questions that the program director has not allowed us to respond to, but when it comes to the fires like that Dave Williams has indicated, because we operate a very vast network, and unfortunately we do not have means of detecting where the fires are. So it is actually very important, hence when we do our outreach programs, we always exchange information with the communities so that they inform us as soon as possible, because we unfortunately do not have eyes to see where our infrastructure has caused fires. So we unfortunately also have got no capacity to deal with fires. We are more into the infrastructure, hence the obligation on us to also participate on forums like this, and also to subscribe to the fire prevention associations, and also we also depend on municipalities to assist us in their areas of operations. So unfortunately, we do not have capacity to react to fires. We are more geared to respond to power supply issues, but not the fires. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Matosa. Thank you, Dr. Williams. I don't think there are further questions. Thank you for your contribution to this gathering. Can we then move on to this item that we skipped a little earlier because the representative from Salga was not. It's Mr. Tsepo Mukale. Mr. Tsepo Mukale from Salga. Then we can't wait for him. We'll skip him once again. F Super, Savage Britain. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I managed to find my PowerPoint. I've got so many of them. I managed to hide it. It's all in the name. That's in the name of stuff. So we managed to get it a little bit confused there. Otherwise, it would have been a 3-slide presentation. Okay. So thank you very much. Let's go ahead. What we're going to talk about today, or what I'm going to present to you, is going to be a work that's in the making for quite a number of years, it's actually quite important that we understand that a lot of work has been done over a number of years, wherein a lot of engagements with various role players and stakeholders that is completely encompassing an extremely broad number of organizations that range from state departments, fire protection associations, municipalities, and all the necessary forums that has been that existed, but also new ones that needed to be created to deal with the very specific situation in terms of how do we look at the wildfire management framework, or how do we manage fires, felt fires within the Free State Province. And there's been a lot of questions that's been asked about exactly how do we access resources? How does this work? How does that work? And there's been spoken about partnerships and everything else. So what has been done is that over the last 4 years, there has been a progressive development of specific ways in which we can manage felt fires. And we're going to look at a little bit of a background. How bad is it, felt fires? How bad is our wildfire situation within the province? We need to also touch and understand who's responsible for what within the felt fire management community. And we're not going to go delve too deep in that, but you just need a bit of background so that you can understand why the provincial wildfire management framework has been put in place the way that it is. And then we're also going to look at what has been put in place and what has been developed to support the wildfire management framework. And then there's obviously going to be a little bit of time for questions and answers. So that's what we're going to look at. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to look at how bad is the situation really. Okay, now bad is a relative concept. So in the last 5 years, there's been 136.25% increase of affected area in terms of felt fires within the Free State. So we can all agree that's a substantial increase, but we also do understand that climatic patterns influence the amount of biofuel that's available. So the more fuel there is, the bigger fires we have, the more fires we have. If it's dry like it was, and we went through a drought not so very many years ago. So when it's extremely dry and there's not much that's growing, then what also happens obviously is that our felt fire risks and our everything else comes lower as well in terms of area affected. So area affected doesn't really give me a very strong indication as to on what level the risk is. Okay, so what are we going to use to say, okay, we have a problem? And what we are using is that we are looking at a number of incidents that has actually occurred in the Free State. How many felt fire incidents has taken place in the Free State over a given number of years? And we only are able to do this for the last 3 years since we started implementing a very specific tool to do so. And it shows me that we have had an increase in the 3-year period of 293.54% of incidents. So in the 3 years, in 2019, we would have had 2,000 and something, and in 2021, we had more than 17,000, different incidents in the Free State Province. Okay, and last year in the Free State Province, just so for the record, there was 740,000 hectares that was affected by felt fires. Okay, so the increase increasing incidents is really what we are looking at. So let's look at it. There's been a number of mentions made of specific fires. Let's look at a specific fire so that you can understand why it is that we need to drastically change the way that we deal with fires. So what you see in front of you there is a satellite depiction of a fire that occurred on the 12th of September, on the 12th of June, the 12th of July, 12th and 13th of July 2021. And it's termed the Petersburg fire. So it started 22 kilometers south between Koffiefontein and Petersburg. It started at the side of the road, and it ended up just a fraction, okay, away from the N1. The fire started at around about 11 to 11:30. Okay, was more or less the time that the fire started. The fire was eventually declared as we have got this fire contained and it's not spreading anymore, and that we managed to get it done by 2 o'clock on the 13th. It's 27 hours that this fire burned. From its point of origin to the furthest point away from where the fire started was 104 kilometers. 104 kilometers. It burned 104,000 hectares in that 27 hours. Now that, ladies and gentlemen, equates to 1.7 hectares per second. Okay, listen carefully what I'm saying. 1.7 hectares per second was burned in that particular fire. This is classified as a mega fire. And just to put your head around it, 1.7 hectares is a little bit more than 3 rugby fields or 3 soccer fields, because you need to have perspective for it. And that is what fire does. A little bit below it, there's another fire that started. It was on the same day. It's just a little bit over 10,000 hectares for that. So it gives you perspective of what goes on there. And what's classic here is that we had cold front movement, and then the wind shifted to the west, and then we had a very good situation there. So I can show you many of these things where we had bigger fires and big fires, and we are not able to catch them. We have to start managing our fire risks better. So that's how bad it is. People don't understand the extent of these fires and what they do and when they occur, how it goes. So what are the impacts of these fires? Who gets impacted, and what does it do to the Free State communities and to our people? Okay, so first of all, you have to understand that the Free State covers 86.6% of the Free State is fine fields, that's grass. Okay, that's a fine field, it burns extremely fast. So we've got basically a grassland biome within the Free State. That biome is a very, very interesting biome. Most people don't understand that the grassland biome is the second most diverse biome after fynbos. It is an amazing asset to this country. And 33% of this country is covered by grasslands. Within the Free State province, when the grassland projects was done, there were 15 priority clusters for protection for the grasslands actually identified. Of those 15 grassland priority clusters in the entire country, 5 of them occurs in the Free State. And the number one, the most important one of those priority clusters, okay, occurs in the Free State, and it actually occurs in the Kwakwa area there, in an area we have some of our most fires, okay, occurs in there. So what does it do? The fires impacts the level of ecosystem services, okay, that is provided by the grasslands biome which we live in. And what are those services? And something which a lot of people don't understand is that it's not a farming problem. It's not an agricultural problem. It's actually a problem that affects everybody in this community, because one of the most important, okay, ecosystem services that we get from grasslands is water production and water retention. Now, if you're going to look at communities in the Free State that is dependent on the grasslands for water production, 56, okay, municipal purification plants are run at local municipal level within the Free State. That's where local municipalities get their water from, okay, to put into the towns. So there's a very direct impact of frequent or uncontrolled veld fires on water production and the ability to provide water to local communities. Then harvestable plants, okay, providing service or backup service for harvestable plants, okay, which means that mealies that's planted and crops that's planted, it gets service through the grassland system. But what a lot of people don't know is that the grasslands provides a lot of job creation, and all harvestable medicinal plants, okay, also grows in the grasslands. And when a fire goes through there, then those harvestable medicinal plants are also damaged. As a matter of fact, grass is just a small portion of what is in the grasslands. There's actually far more other plants within grasslands than what there are grass, if you go look. An important thing in this day and age is carbon sequestration. When we look at reducing our carbon footprints and everything else, grasslands provides a massive service in terms of carbon sequestration. And then, of course, 11.2 million hectares of the Free State is used for grazing of animals. So it's not a particular sector problem. It is a wide problem in the Free State that affects all spheres, okay, of life and communities within the Free State province. And let's then look at the economic impacts that comes from this. Tourism is identified and has been long identified as a key growth industry for the Free State province. And of course, when a fire has gone through a place, then we have a decline in tourism because it impacts the environment. Agriculture, we all know, it's something that is very obvious for us to see. So agriculture is definitely highly impacted. But something which a lot of people don't understand is that, and what was mentioned by one of our colleagues over there in terms of the community projects, is that the rural poor has got a very high level of dependency on communities. There was actually research done, and it's fascinating to read the research in terms of the dependency of households on communities and what the communities actually do to rural economy, to the rural economy and to the rural poor. And it's interesting to know that the research has actually shown that 60% of community users are women, and by vast majority of community users are single parent households. Okay, so those are the people that's affected by veld fires. It's not a particular sector's problem. Okay, it's not just an agricultural problem. It is a communal problem that cuts across every sector within the Free State. Okay, so we're going to quickly look at who's responsible for what. So the National Veld and Forest Fire Act places the primary responsibility for managing wildfires on the landowner. And it requires the landowner to have trained personnel and equipment, and the landowner needs to look at the prevention of spread through preventative requirement as well. There's not just a requirement on you mustn't, or you must prevent fires from starting. The second leg of it is you must prevent the fires from spreading from your land as well. So the National Veld and Forest Fire Act has got a preventative requirement as well, and it requires landowners or land users, when they are using fire as a land management tool, they are held responsible and accountable. And you need to use fire as a land management tool, or fire in general as a carefully. You will be held accountable for what it does. And then the fire danger index is very, very important within this, because that holds everybody accountable for actions that they do under high FDI or fire danger conditions. And SAWS has given us very good background on the fire danger index. Okay, so that's who's responsible. So after the landowner, what's the next level? Where's the next level that comes in terms of veld fire management? And we are looking there that the Veld and Forest Fire Act makes provision for the collective management of the veld fire risk by the establishment of fire protection associations. But a fire protection association does not replace fire services, neither does it replace disaster management. It's a body that is a non-governmental organization from where that enables the collective management of the wildfire risk. Okay? And the wildfire risk is primarily an environmental issue. Okay? So an FBA is not a firefighting club. An FBA is not limited to a particular sector. Okay? The FBA needs to function as a community-based organization that allows for broad participation. Because everybody's fire risk and everybody's land use is not exactly the same. But we need to find common management for that fire risk. And we cannot just let a particular segment, okay, take responsibility for that. The responsibility cannot be borne by the municipality alone, or by the provincial government, or by this sector, or by agriculture, or by tourism, or by the community. It needs to be a multi-stakeholder solution that gets found on a local level. Okay, so when an FBA gets registered, it's got 12 legal obligations. And listen to me very carefully, this is very interesting. The FBA has got 12 legal obligations once it is registered. Of those 12 legal obligations that the FBA needs to exercise, 3 of those are towards national government in terms of providing data and statistics and all sorts of things like that. 5 of those obligations is towards the community in which the FBA has got jurisdiction, and 4 of those are directed to the members of that FBA only. Okay? So, when a fire management plan or the mandated authority who must produce a fire management plan in a community is legally the Fire Protection Association. And if the Fire Protection Association does not come up with a plan, if they are not functioning the way that they should function, then it means that the community as a whole is exposed, okay, and they become vulnerable to wildfire risks. So the level of functionality of an FBA determines the level of resilience of the community to wildfire risks. So there's a correlation. But the FBA does not function on its own. It needs to be aligned with all fire-related acts. It needs to be aligned with legislation, and it also needs to be aligned and cooperating with disaster management structures. Okay. So to get this all done means that we need to look at an integrated fire management way of doing things. Fire management needs to be done on an integrated level, and it requires a series of actions. It's not something we just do when fire season comes. It's something that we do. We start on the 1st of January and we end on the 31st of December. Then we have a brief break, and then we start on the 1st of January again, and we actually carry on with it to the 31st of December. That is integrated fire management. And we continuously engage all role players at all times. That is how we need to do it, and we continue to find and improve our solutions, and also to assess and reassess, adapt, and get better at it. Okay, that is integrated fire management, and it needs to engage all role players. That is how it should be. So the mandated organization for doing this is an NGO. That NGO is the FBA. And it's important that the FBA functions. Now, within this entire situation that we actually have, we need to go and look at how do we manage to accommodate all of these various things, because we don't just need to talk about and find solutions, but there comes a time where we need to implement actions. And in order to do this, in the Free State province, an operational structure has been created to facilitate the effective implementation of integrated fire management in a sustainable, transparent, and accountable manner on a local, regional, and provincial level. Okay, and the provincial fire management structure also has a number of standard operating procedures and other things that has been developed by the Provincial Wildfire Advisory Forum from the 18th of March 2019 to the 22nd of September 2021. And this has been gone through all the processes, PDFC, PROFSAC, the CAPs were involved, everybody was involved in this. So it was a great day when we managed to eventually get this finalized, and it was accepted, okay, going through all the various different committees and organizations and forums and everybody else agreed upon and said, yes, this is the way that the solution is that we want to take forward. This framework can work for us. Okay. So how does it look? So basically what it entails is that in the Free State, the smallest organized, okay, well, let's start at the top. Let's start on the, no. Let me do start at the bottom. It's probably going to be better to build it from the top to the bottom. We've got landowners, various types and categories. They group in smaller groups called fire sectors, okay? And there's certain things that need to be done on a fire sector level. Then a couple of fire sectors together makes for fire management area. And then the plan is that there's only going to be 7 fire protection associations in the Free State Province. And that plan has been very successfully rolled out. At this moment, integration or amalgamation and implementing of this plan in the province stands at around about 55% of the province. We are looking at an integrated system, in terms of this framework already. Seven FPAs that is going to be functioning within the province, and 3 of them are regional FPAs that are situated in due to the extreme high fire risk, and then the rest of them, okay, is then aligned as far as possible with district borders. What we have at the very top there is we've got the Provincial Wildfire Advisory Forum, and that is a sub-forum for PROSAC. And then we've got the PDMC, who's got the mandate, and then we've got the Free State Umbrella FPA, okay, that operates in line with the PDMC and make sure that alignment takes place with all the things in terms of wildfire management, aligning with the various pieces of legislation. But the key function is to make sure that wildfire management is aligned with the disaster management framework within the country. Okay. So I'm not going to dwell too very long on exactly what happens, but the Provincial Disaster Management Center has got a mandated function, and it's there, and that forms part of the plan. The Provincial Fire Services Advisory Committee, PROFSAC, okay, has got a specific mandated function, and it is aligned with that. So the wildfire management framework aligns with all these legislative and mandated organizations that exist and forums that exist, so that we can make sure that everything is inclusive. And then what was created was the Provincial Wildfires Advisory Forum. That is a forum that focuses specifically, okay, on wildfire management issues, okay, with the various stakeholders. So that functions as a sub-forum of the Provincial Fire Services Advisory Committee. And it focuses on operational issues, because when it comes to FPAs, we've got the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment oversight over the FPAs in terms of regulation, okay, and has got administrative oversight. But on the operational side, and all the operation that gets done in the practical side of FPA, the FPA falls under the legislation, okay, falls under local government, because local government has got the mandate for fire. So there's 2 parts to operational and then legislative or then administrative oversight over FPAs. So it makes it a little bit dicey, but it's possible to do so. And this is what it's going to look like when the amalgamation and alignment project has actually taken place. This is how the FPAs in the Free State are going to look. And I just want to tell you that research has shown that a fire protection association needs to be of a certain size in order for it to become sustainable, so that it can actually carry on to function, okay, in a sustainable level. And so it's not just something that's been sucked out of the thumb by somebody. There's research that's done, and there's a lot of legislation, and it aligns with that. Just so, by the way, it's also very important that everybody understands that when we do this, and we align, the FPAs will be aligned and consolidated, and we've got it all done like this. Then obviously it speaks to the district development model. if you go and look at what gets achieved, then the climate change action plan gets addressed. So there's a number of issues that gets successfully addressed by applying this structure and by following this specific way in which we are busy amalgamating FPOs. So within the FPA structure, there's people that's got specific roles and functions and tasks that gets given. And I'm not going to go and deal with all of that, but there's legal mandates that gets given for certain role players, and we, on every level, we've got that. Okay, so that it is done. So it's very, very clearly defined who the role players are, what their tasks and their functions are, and what they should be doing. And you must just remember, this is that the FPA mostly relies, okay, on volunteers who volunteer, okay, their time and their services to actually do this. So we need to support the volunteers, and that's the development of a wildfire volunteer structure is becoming very, very important. Okay, so I'm not going to bore you with all the details. This has all been it's all well laid out in terms of the documentation for this, explaining it all. And what it also brings us down to is I want to just quickly stand still at the wildland volunteers. Is that once we have formal volunteers involved in FPA structures, then it opens up the possibility, okay, of getting proper agreements in place with a structure which we can engage and which municipalities and disaster management everybody can engage, where it's an arrangement that has been officially put in place. Currently, we are dealing with a system where it's very, very difficult to manage this. There's a high safety risk in dealing with fell fires because we have got what is termed in disaster management as spontaneous volunteers. And ladies and gentlemen, I've had to manage a number of large fires, and I can tell you the fact that more people don't die. With the way that we are doing it currently is an absolute miracle. It's an absolute miracle because once you've experienced what it can go like, it's like herding cats. And everybody is well-meaning, but we are doing it currently at an extremely high risk, personal safety risk, okay, for all involved. And that includes people who are doing it a little bit more at a professional level. And it really becomes, it's not sustainable to do so. We don't need more stuff. We need better structure. The amount of resources that's available within FPAs because it accesses what is out there on the land and it needs to be formalized so that these resources can be made available. It's absolutely staggering how much it is. So the resources are there. We need the structure. We need government to engage in a proper fashion. The legislation exists, the legal frameworks exist, everything exists. All we need to do is we need to engage and we need to implement. And that is what the framework, the wildfire management framework enables us to do. So everybody will understand what their tasks and their functions are. We have even gone so far in terms of the wildfire management structure that we have developed functionary criteria. In other words, a sector leader or fire boss, what is their function? What are their requirements? Who are they and how do we need to capacitate? How do we need to train these people to be safe? How do we need to engage with them and how do we get incident command system carried across? So there's an extensive amount of work that's been done so that when as we are implementing, we are also knowing and understanding what the capabilities are that we are requiring of the volunteers within the FPAs and within the wildfire management structure so that we can capacitate. There's no gray areas. There's clarity on intent and there's clarity on what needs to be done. Okay. So this comes down to practical stuff. So managing an FPA is a huge job. It has got so many moving parts and it's got so many people and organizations and everything else involved in it. How do we manage this? And we have gone that far as well. This is that in the Free State Umbrella FPA, we have developed management tools, cloud-based management tools that enables effective management of this structure. And we have developed something which is called an FBA Manager Toolbox, which got a large part CRM, which stands for Customer Relations Management, which speaks to the FBA members. How do we deal with it? How do we keep record of it? How do we know all this stuff? We do risk and resource mapping, and at the moment the resource mapping can be done up to a landowner area, but we've already got the necessary documentation and development that we can do risk and resource mapping. And version 2.0 of the FBA Manager Toolbox are going to have that online so that we can actually deal with that. So it becomes online accessible information for those who have got access to it. So we can actually effectively start managing this massive organization. So online administrative processes, the application of burn permits or the issuance of burn permits, resource bookings. People want to use resources, they book them online, and it's mostly working on fire teams. So they sit with the documentation, all the stuff is already done. And training register, meaning people training is an extremely part. We have already trained in the Free State and the Northern Cape as a SUFPA this year alone, this calendar year. More than 350 people in basic fire risk management, but also in basic firefighting techniques, wildfire fighting techniques. And we've also been asked to do quite a bit of work in the Northern Cape as well. And then we have developed an integrated fire incident reporting tool, which basically makes it possible for role players to report fires that has taken place, what the circumstances was, what losses was taken on, so that we've got a single source document that has got all the wildfire incidents, including losses. So we've got better data, and you cannot manage what you cannot measure. So we are able to start collecting data and actually managing the things. And then one of the strongest tools that we have is Maps, which provides us with highly accurate analysis of fire scars. We are able to tell you exactly how many hectares it's burned in a particular area or in a particular fire incident. What would have happened is we are able to tell you a portion of land, how big it is, and how many hectares is actually physically burned on it. So this is a very, very strong tool that we've got. So the whole structure has been developed, including the ability to administer this specific framework. Okay. And ladies and gentlemen, that's me. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Breitenbach. Comprehensive, straight to the point, as always. Can we have questions for FSUFPA? Are there any questions for FSUFPA? So it means everything is in order. I was not prompting you to ask questions. If there are no questions, it's fine, there are no questions. Okay. I noted one hand here, Charlie, and the other hand over there. I think it's not the only two hands.
Program Director, thank you. My name is Mahabi Mati. I'm Manager of Disaster and Emergency Services in First Lady District Municipality. Chairperson, my question is based actually on the question of the first presenter. She was also saying that survey is going to respond to that. I was actually waiting for it also, so I can see that it did not happen. Chairperson, I will request the FPA and also the waiting on file to be clear to us, to say that even if you can be in our shore, in our base, in the municipalities, we are not actually responding to structural fires. We are there only mandated to respond to failed fires, also if or mandated or elected by the FPA. That is what I would like them to be clear to say. Because they'll be going out there, municipalities are expecting them to respond to the structural fires, of which that is not their mandate. And also to be clear to us also to say that what is guiding us, that is Nature Field and Forest Fire Act. Because when you talk about fire, you are talking about different types of fires. From the CAPS report also, Municipal Structures Act 84J pension that was hammering also on the type of fires that we respond to. Because honestly, the other thing that I want them to be aware of is that when they go out there and conduct awareness to their communities, she was talking about the informal settlement fires. They must be clear of the message that they are passing, because whatever thing that they are doing there, people will be expecting them to respond to fires in the informal settlement. And if not, it's come back also to local municipalities, even to the district, to the fire brigade services. I don't know if it's only us who are experiencing such, but it's because people are taking it as if really working on fire is there to respond or replaces the fire department or replaces their function. That is what I wanted it to be, what I wanted it to be clear to us all. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Matuidi. I think let's clarify some of the issues here. First of all, as I said, yes, that the mandate for working on fire is to respond to biomass fires. Okay, so that is that. But it is also possible for them. Obviously, if they only have a crew transport bus and they have ability to dispense water, then they cannot respond in any way to a structural fire. But where they do have what we call operational vehicles, and they can actually dispense water, the working on fire teams can respond to structural fires on the condition that they do not enter that building. So they can only work on the outside, okay, of that building. The Westop team whose vehicle is out here responded to a vehicle fire in this week. And they frequently respond to shack fires, and they respond to house fires, and they've done so quite successfully, but they do not go into the building. But now you're talking about small buildings and small fires that they can do so, but when they have operational vehicles. However, where the difference comes in is you must remember that the FBA does not consist just out of working on fire. The FBA has got other resources available as well. And where MOUs have been put in place, because we're dealing with wildfire volunteers, it means that it's allowed for the municipality to have an MOU in place with the Fire Protection Association to render a response insofar as what they are capable and able to do. And there's also nothing preventing within these MOUs that can be made between FBAs and municipalities and so on, to say, look, this is our requirement. We want to train some of the FBA members or some of the wildland volunteers to be able to respond to very basic fires, and then they would be able to do a limited service. It will never be able to replace a fully fledged fire service, but it most certainly is going to be a force multiplier, and it's going to most certainly be able to provide a solution, okay, as fire services are maybe getting either smaller or they are busy getting revitalized, or where there are no fire services, there would be able to be some type of response. We just need to be in a position where those things, okay, can be formalized. Okay, does that
He is answered. You can't have a follow-up. No, he can only follow up on his own question. So what type of follow-up are you giving? Let's move on to.
Thank you, Chair. Again, my name is Solim Mukale from the local municipality. I hear Mayor Antoinette saying that Savage will answer my question. I'm waiting with eager to get that question answered. Number two, Savage, there's this tendency at the local FPA, when you are a member of the Agri Forum, there's a fee that you pay as an FPA member. Can the FSUPA please tap in and assist in making sure that there's a uniform fee of being a member of the FPA? Instead of saying if you are a member of Agri Forum, you pay 2,700, so you will be paying 200 as a member of FPA. That is killing the organization and is making most of the farmers not to become part of the FPA because they are not members of AgriForum. So that is the challenge that we are having in Tokolo. Can you please assist in that? Number two, I want to get an assistance there to check if there's this thing in Tokolo. I don't know whether you are aware about it. There's a language barrier there. Look, Boshoff in particular, they speak pure Afrikaans. Even in the township where there's Xhosas and Zulus, all of them speak Afrikaans, left and right. I don't have a problem with that. But I've got a problem with the FPA. When we attend an annual meeting, when you raise a question to say, but you can't speak Afrikaans from point 8 to point 12, up to the last item of God. And some of us, we hear there and there. And when you have to ask questions, you ask yourself, maybe we need to laugh at you because we don't understand African. There's the other part that I think is a problem at our local FPA. The last one, working on fire. If we need to ask the working on fire, remember, Savage, you come from the world, you were there sometimes on that day. We have a challenge with resources at the municipality, especially with fire and rescue. If we want to do the fire breaks, is there a possibility that working on fire can assist us with fire breaks, especially burn ones? Because the other one we can do of blading, for instance. And is there any fee that they charge us if we call them to go and assist us? Because there's a problem in Tokolo because there's this thing, Chair, I think I must raise it now, a new tendency where we have legal issues with the farmers, where there was a fire that started in our municipal camps and escalated to sub-farmers. Now they've got a new tendency of attaching municipal accounts to get municipal employees not getting their salaries. Can the FPA now assist us? Because I understood from the initial point when we had the meetings that if we are members of FPA, this country as a chairperson.
No, I think you have made your question.
You think so?
Yeah. The question is.
I'm praying to God that you got the last one. Thank you.
No. Yeah, you talk about lawsuits. That's the last question, eh?
Okay. Like I said, sorry, that's quite a mouthful, but I think let's start at the beginning in terms of how can you get, because I remember the question is, can you get working on fire teams, okay, working in the Tokolo municipality? There used to be a team at Boshoff, okay, as far as I can remember, quite a number of years ago. They're not there. One of the major issues that happens is that when teams have been, there's a memorandum of understanding between the base partner, okay, who receives the team and hosts the team, and working on fire program who provides the team. So there's two levels of performance that we are looking at. Working on fire produces X according to agreement, and the base partner must produce also X according to the agreement. And one of those things is that a base needs to be provided. So there are some of the expenses for hosting a working on fire team that goes to the people who are receiving the benefit of that team. Okay. One of those things is that when the team gets utilized or team vehicles get utilized, then the person who uses that needs to pay for that vehicle. Okay. And this is not a new concept. I mean, this is something that is not just for working on fire. This is a concept in terms of firefighting because the Fire Brigade Services Act makes it possible for local municipality to charge for firefighting services. Okay, so the concept that is being applied is not strange or weird in terms of working on fire. It is a well-addressed, well-understood concept because fire services, although it's an important thing, is not for free. It's not. That's just how that is. So there needs to be budgets made available by municipalities to deal with the emergencies. Okay, like a budget needs to be provided for fire services, a budget needs to be provided for implementing your fire management plan, your fire management plan. So working on fire can come and help in Tokologo. You can put them through FSUPA, we are able to assist you, but the team needs to go there, and when you are utilizing the team, you need to make sure that those people are away from home. You need to make sure that they have got a place to stay, that they have got food to eat, and that the vehicles that they are using is paid for, those movements are paid for. Because you don't pay for the driver, you don't pay for the vehicle, you don't pay the insurance, you don't even put in diesel, but you pay per kilometer that vehicle moves. And that's the principle that is being applied. So that's nothing strange. But you don't pay for the team to be there in terms of the payment for their salaries and their wages. And they come equipped. You don't pay for their PPE or anything else. It's given. So it's a very low cost solution, okay, and a very effective solution for some of us. When it comes to the FBAs, and each FBA is an organization on their own, okay, and they've got certain rules and regulations. But this is part of the issue that we have with FBAs. The small FBAs, okay, needs to be amalgamated so that we've got bigger professional organizations that can effectively address the community-based situation that we have in terms of management of health care. Okay, so that's part of the reason why we are busy with the amalgamation and the realignment of FBAs to resolve a lot of these issues. In terms of the lawsuits that come, I cannot comment on that simply because I don't know the issue about the lawsuits. But you know and I know that if the municipalities are not compliant to the Act, to the National Veld and Forest Fire Act, they are exposing themselves to lawsuits. So it is in the very best interest of municipalities to become compliant with the National Veld and Forest Fire Act. I tell you this, between 2012 and 2018, the municipalities in the Free State on average paid out 6 million rand per annum on average for those 8 years, for those 6 years. Consequently, so in 6 years, 6 million, 6 million, 6 million, 6 million on average, okay, every year. It's cheaper to address the problem and become compliant than what it is to be compliant and go to lawsuit. That's the only thing that I can answer there. Okay, yeah, you happy with that?
Thank you. Do you still have a question?
No, seriously, because what I was trying to say. Thank you. I just hear you based on the question by saying, you say you can use working on fire to assist us at my municipality for structural fire, but they will not enter.
No, they won't.
But myself, as Mr. Chakachi, I see anyone else I see at house number Mama. Can you go there and demolish that and say and prevent that particular fire? Can they do it for us?
Yes.
It's fine. That's my question.
If they've got an operational vehicle with them, okay, in other words, they must be able to dispense water to be able to do that. But if they don't have an operational vehicle that can dispense water, what are they going to do at that point?
I understand.
You understand what I'm trying to say? Okay.
Thank you. I think I slammed the door shut in your face. Please, I'm not going to allow any more communication or discussions on this because the attitude I can sense is the question of us and them. It should be us and them is one. So we shouldn't wait for events like this in order to voice out our concerns or questions. I mean, we've got direct communication that we can have. You're only a phone call away. Why not? Thank you. Thank you, Savage. Can we give him a round of applause? Right, can we then move on to Charles? You said the representative from Southern Tate Tsepo Mutale is here. Tate Tsepo, can you please speak to us? So we don't mind even if it's not projected, so just note it.
Thank you, Program Director. I would like to first start by acknowledging this platform, observing various protocols. The head of the Provincial Disaster Management Center and Fire Services, municipalities represented here, fire prevention associations that are with us here, institutions, non-government organizations, and all people observed. Thank you very much for this opportunity, Program Director. My name is Tabo Mutali from Saga, South African Local Government Association. With the little time that I have been given, I would just go straight to the point as to why I'm here, and also just to give a highlight on the key issues and also the occurrences nationally, and why it's also important for us to engage with the province and the provincial structures in this regard. And in this presentation, I'll just give a very brief overview on the position of SAGA on the state of fire services nationally, and also just to highlight the support interventions that SAGA is currently implementing. And also, as we are aware that this weekend within the province, there is also public hearing sessions that are also taking place. This is in regard to the National Forest. This is in regard to the National Felt and Forest Fire Amendment Bill that is currently being, it has already been tabled in Parliament, but there is public hearings in regard now to the amendment of the bill. This is Bill B24 of 2021. Also, just to give a very brief background, which I'm not planning to dwell much on it, it's also important just to indicate that this is a constituted function, this one of the fire services. Fire services is a constituted responsibility of local government. However, in terms of the Fire Brigade Services Act, Section 3, local authorities may establish and maintain fire brigade service. But we know that there is also various provisions in the legislations, and this is now in terms of now the inclusion of other role players and actors. But also what is key in Section 84 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act, it's also in regard to the division of functions and powers between district and local municipalities. And as SAGA, this is one of the areas that we have established that we seem to be encountering challenges. This is based on the research that we conducted to assess the performance of all categories of municipalities. And this is one of the areas that we have identified as key. And in our our last national conference, the conference made a resolution that SAGA needs to ensure that there is a review of the powers and functions between districts and local municipalities. So I'll just give you a brief highlight in terms of now these areas and how we are beginning to intervene to deal with these areas. But what brings us here today in terms of the theme on integrated fire management, which we can classify as various series of actions that includes, amongst others, fire awareness activities, fire prevention activities, etc. During 2021, 2022, SAGA embarked on a research study to assess the performance of municipalities, this is fire services and disaster management functions. And there is quite a number of findings that have been revealed through the study in terms of now the performance. Before we can even now to state this is our state of preparedness as a country in relation to fire services for response to various types of incidents. You will recall that in the last engagement that we held with the province and municipalities, we indicated that in the study there is key findings that have been that have been adopted and currently utilized in various platforms where we have to engage the NDMC, had to engage other role players, also engage institutions of learning to look at various angles from technical, from engineering aspect, and also looking at the state of governance in the local government sphere. So in terms of the brief summary, from the findings, there were indications that placement of fire services as a function also needs attention. It's a function where in some of the provinces it's misplaced, and there is also areas that have been highlighted in terms of now the appointment of the chief fire officers, their authority as to if they have full powers and they are able to execute their full powers and functions, etc. in this regard. But also looking at the human capacity level, as we know that fire services, it's a highly technical field which would focus more and which would require more of human capital and also resource-based as well in terms of capital. But amongst the areas as well, in terms of now the findings, the poor funding arrangements, and as municipalities have expressed that challenge, that this is the ongoing challenge from time to time in terms of now allocation of the budgets. So I'm highlighting these as these matters have already been presented at the national conference, which took place just about 2 months ago or so, where in the induction of councillors at the national level, we have already started now to ensure that now there should be interventions. We don't want to just raise these issues, but we need interventions. So there's resolutions that have been tabled already in the conference, and one of the resolutions is that one, there needs to be an intervention to ensure that we deal with the issues in relation to institutional capacity, we deal with issues on funding arrangements, including procurement, because some of municipalities already have budget, but are having a challenge spending the budget. This is also in relation now to SEM processes, etc. But there is also technical related areas that also require interventions. This is like the establishment of the 24-hour emergency command centers, the communication systems, including the resources, how the structuring of resourcing is also taking place, how the municipalities conduct their risk assessments for them to be able to deploy the required resources accordingly. But there is also quite a number of aspects. This will range from the compliance to the circular 88 indicators, which are also related to the best practice, international standards, etc. But other elements as well range from even the shortage of fire engines, specialized equipment, PPE, issues in regard to now to the use of the fire reserve force, which is also not adequately capacitated as well. So I'll skip some of the slides because I'm given just a very short time to be able to get through to this. But now, looking at now the support interventions that we have already started to ensure that they are implemented, one of the main issues is also to support the upcoming bill on fire services, and also looking at the white paper on fire services to ensure that in terms of now the priorities that are also tabled, these are also put into our priority program, which we have already started through the support interventions program. In the white paper, provision is made for repositioning of fire services. This is also in terms of legislation, providing clear definition of roles and responsibilities of spheres of government, what the role of national should be, provinces, and municipalities. Establishment of fire services directorate, both provincial and national government spheres, introduction of national fire services advisory structure, which have also been an ongoing issue that has been raised with the NTMC. Locating fire services within the broader development agenda of the country is also amongst the other areas. But SAL is also carrying interest on professionalization of local government. So we're also looking at professionalization of fire services, where we are also conducting sessions and engagements with the professional bodies to look at these areas. Entrenching fire safety and prevention as a core deliverable of the fire services, this is also receiving attention. We've had an opportunity to sit with the NTMC to also look into now the bill that is supposed now to be submitted to Parliament, and I'm sure there has been engagements in the province as well in regard to that bill. Now, I'd just like to move now straight to the item. This is the item that is receiving attention this weekend through the public hearing, public hearings that are currently facilitated by the parliamentary committee, or portfolio committee rather. There's already a list of public hearings on the National Health and Forest Fire Amendment Bill in the Free State from the 27th, which is tomorrow, to the 29th. These are the dates that have been allocated. On the 27th, then we have Harib District, and the 28th, then we have Tabon District, 29th, we have Westmetal. These will be the engagements that are taking place. However, when we analyze the bill, we had to look at various factors as to how these affect or impact local government as a whole. SAGA believes that the amendments will encourage local government to make bylaws, implement and put in place mitigation measures that ensure that all landowners comply with the provisions of the NVFF Act. Funding, however, still remains a key challenge since the current equitable share received by municipalities is not adequate, and there is also various proposals which have been explored by the parties concerned to look into the matter. However, we also have made a conclusion that municipalities alone cannot cope. There's a need for partnerships with the various role players. We take the position that the partnerships should actually be capacitated further to improve the state of preparedness. We also acknowledge the good work that through this partnership, the province is in a better state of preparedness preparedness because of the existing partnership with various organizations that are represented here, who have also tabled their positions. However, there is also a responsibility through the resolutions that have been adopted in the national conference that SAGA also needs to look into the funding arrangements for municipalities and also of the actors that also play the role to support the municipalities as to how now do we ensure that we create a conducive environment to enhance this partnership and how do we work together going forward. In some of the provinces, which are also like in the case of the Free State, which is also highly dominated by agricultural landscape, we have also noted the successes that have been made through this collaboration. And we want to see this going further and ensuring that there is also capacitation through the partnerships that are already in place. However, looking at now as to how now are we able not to take and to ascertain the position of the local government sector in respect now to the bill. So then undertook a survey in which municipalities were sampled in provinces in the form where there was also some kind of structured interviews that were carried out just to be able to ascertain where local government or how local government is impacted now with this bill. And we looked at clause number 1, which seeks to amend certain definitions and inserts relating to the additional clauses. And according to the data collected during the interviews, amendments are supported as they modify and expand the definitions list for better understanding. And from the interviews conducted with these structures, clause 1 was supported, and then clause 2, which was to amend section 3 of the Act, which deals with the formation of fire protection association. Clause 2 inserts section 3 of 3A. The clause makes provision for municipalities and traditional leaders in communal lands to facilitate the formation of fire protection associations if the ministry is of the opinion that fire protection association is needed, and that was also supported. And this goes back now to the partnership that I talked about earlier. Under clause 3, which seeks to amend section 4 of the Act, which provides for the registration of fire protection associations. It also provides that state-owned enterprises, public entities, organs of states and municipalities should join registered fire protection associations. This clause was also supported because municipalities also emphasized the need to ensure that there is also that collaboration in this respect. And clause 4, which seeks to amend section 10 of the Act, in which provides for communication of fire danger rating. This was viewed as an area which empowers the minister to set conditions for the exemption of landowners when warning in terms of section 10(1)(b) of the Act, read with section 10(2), has been issued that no person may light, use, or maintain fire in the open air in the region where fire danger is rated is high, and the response there was also supported. And then in terms of clause 5, which is to amend section 11 of the Act, which provides for the delegation of powers and duties, clause 5 also provides that the minister may delegate powers and duties to the South African Weather Services. This was also supported. Clause 6, which amends section 26 of the Act, which deals with the implementation of Chapter 8 of the Act. This clause provides for the inclusion of peace officers and traditional leaders to enforce the Act under certain conditions. Response from The respondent was welcomed, and there was also an expression indicated that there's a need for provision of a clause. However, there were also concerns raised on the need to support to improve the state of human capital and resources and resourcing to enforce the Act. Clause 7, seeking to insert Section 32A in the Act. The proposed section provides for appeals to minister against decisions or actions taken under the delegation by delegated office or entities and process to be followed. In terms of the response, there was also support with conditions based on the consideration for reasonable turnaround times in this regard. Clause 8, which seeks to change the name of the Act to the National Field Fire Act of 1990. This was supported. Clause 9, which deals with the title and commencement of the Act, it was also supported. Now, in terms of the conclusion and the recommendation, having assessed the institutional governance impacts associated with the proposed amendments, SAGA supports the bill on the following basis. This is in accordance with the survey results expressed by sample municipalities and in line with the white paper on fire services. This is supported. And SALGA also recommends that the bill be supported with the following recommendation: that the Ministry of Environmental, Forest and Fisheries introduce measures and mechanisms to support municipalities on awareness, prevention, mitigation, and management of field and forest fires. We further recommend that the Portfolio Committee on Environmental, Forestry and Fisheries notes that this is a standard preliminary submission that still needs to be taken through internal mandating leadership structures that are currently being established. So that is the position, and that we wish to bring to the attention of the House. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you could just, thank you, take a few questions if there are any. Any questions for Sal? Let's keep them short and sweet, please. Where is Charles? Charles, I've noted one hand, and that's the last one. Thank you.
No, thanks, Program Director. I think I appreciate the work done by Salga. However, we also note the presentation with concern, working in silos. Salga has recently established a portfolio working committee for disaster and fire services. So the question now comes to say, maybe in the consultation when they were formalizing the comments to the bill, how the consultation was done. So I think that is just a concern, Program Director. But we appreciate the initiatives from Sarah, but the advice is that we're still saying, let us not work in silos, because there is a structure in the province dealing with the fire services. So the question will come to say where the comments comes from.
So if I get you, Nathan Kwena, you want to register a concern, you don't expect any response from that. I can as well decide. I'm now the man in charge. Would you like to say something on that, Sebo? That was the only one. Or you don't want to come to the podium?
Chair, thank you. In regard to the formation of the working group, that's a high-level political decision. Our view in regard to this formation is that it also creates an opportunity for more focus now to be given, particularly on fire services and disaster management. In the past, we had all these clusters integrated into one. And it's just like when you have, okay, but I'm not very good with examples, let me not give examples for certain reasons. But however, my view is that I think with now this formation of the new working group, there is more attention that is going to be given now to fire services and to disaster management. Unlike in the past, where you had different clusters all grouped together, where even when you present or table a paper, you'd have a list of them, and everything would just be around the time just to finish. But now there's going to be more focus. That's the assurance that I can give. That perhaps it's a better opportunity for us for growth and for development in the sector, and even to promote the priorities that we have already identified under the white paper on fire services. Who is pro on white paper services for fire services? I suppose that that also it's also a transition on its own, because that we're making a paradigm for further growth now. And also the bill that is also aligned to the paper, it creates better growth. So perhaps that's a decision that we need to support going forward. And then now in regard now to the collection of data as to how it was collected, there were a number of municipalities that were sampled. When the portfolio committee sent out notices to request for submissions and for contributions, SAGA did not want to take a position that is only for SAGA, but it's a decision that is supposed to be informed by the input from municipalities as to how they view various pieces of the clauses that have been highlighted, and as to how that impacts on those measures. But most importantly, we want to emphasize, even this coming weekend, where we've already presented to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on the need to reconsider the review of the funding arrangements for the function, the need for continued collaboration with various structures, which also include the fire protection associations, other constituted structures as well, going forward to improve the state of preparedness.
Thank you, Dr. Mutale. I want to move on. You forgot your laptop? Or is it a present for me? I would appreciate that. Have we given that a round of applause? Thank you. Thank you. Can we then move on to the last part one presentation? I can assure you the last presentation will be very, very short. The last part one, a bit short. I can see me running behind schedule, but I can assure you within the next 15 minutes we should be done. You know, when you're running behind schedule, people tend to blame time. Everybody has been allocated 24 hours a day. No one has more than that, no one has less than that. It's how you manage your time that's a problem. So we started a bit late, so we can always accept that we'll finish a bit later. Thank you. Mr. Mulelo wants to serenade us with a song.
I think I'll pass. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have been told, not asked, that I need to keep it short and sweet. I can guarantee short, but not sweet. Also, to prove that I'm committed to saving time, I think I will be taking questions on if it's all right with you. All right. My name is Mbulelo Kelly. I'm from the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. I'll be taking you through this email. I'll be focusing on a few things. Our focus today is just on field fires and state land. We have a few challenges there, so I'll be addressing you on some of those challenges. I'll be talking about the amount of land that we have as the PSSC, the Free State, what we know as plus farms. I'll be talking about who the landowner is in terms of the NVFFA, and some of the lease agreements. Well, the lease agreements that we sign with our lessees and what these agreements say in terms of farm management. I think that a few of these things have been spoken about, including integrated farm management. I will not go into that. And I will take you through some of the interventions that we normally do as the department, and then some of the litigation issues that we have faced in recent times. Okay, so the department has about 647 land parcels, which equates to about 322 projects or 322 beneficiaries. These land parcels make about 229,000 hectares. So that's a significant amount of land that if the risk is not managed within this land, it can pose a risk. Obviously, field fires are managed or administered through the NVFFA, and we know that the NVFFA places a lot of responsibility, especially on landowners. Now, I want to talk about who the landowner is in terms of the NVFFA. It says that well, a lessee or other person who controls the land in question in terms of a contract, testamentary document, and so on. Now, the lessees that are occupying our land have signed these contracts, and they are occupying our land, state land. So that makes them the owners in terms of the National Field and Forest Fire Act. And of course, it talks about land that is not controlled by these lessees. Then the department, whether it's a provincial department, then becomes responsible for that land. And then in terms of the proposed amendments of the NVFFA, and then this is something that I wanted to, hence I'm saying that I won't be taking questions. I think I've got more questions, especially around this. It says that an owner in respect of state land must join an FPA. Now, these are one of the amendments that are there. And I feel that probably a lot of questions will arise around this, because what you're saying basically is that a lessee must join an FPA. That's if I am interpreting this correctly. And what we know is that private citizens in general are not compelled to be members of an FPA. Now, are we saying that the lessee, because they are occupying state land, must become a member of an FPA? Remember that the citizens are not compelled, because Section 18 of the Constitution gives people freedom of association. So are we saying that these people, on the basis that they are occupying state land, then the constitutional right then falls away? I think these are just some of the things that we need to be clear on. Now, in terms of the lease agreement that the lessees sign, I think there are certain obligations that are very clear. I took snippets that are talking directly to fire management. For instance, it says on clause 12.6 that they must keep all fire breaks open and free from any combustible material. And then when it talks specifically to fire breaks, the lease says that the lessee shall be responsible for preparation, maintenance of fire breaks, in terms of the NVFFA, and such obligations shall include participation in the FPA. So these are just some of the things that we are taking our lessees through, so just so that we understand where we stand in terms of the fire management in these areas. Of course, there are certain challenges. Okay, I think that at this time we know what fell fire risk is, but I wanted to talk about fell fire risk, especially as it pertains to state land, because there are serious challenges. For instance, there's issues of awareness. I'm saying here, when should it be done by whom? I believe that as a department, we have a big role to play, obviously in conjunction with the entities that specialize in fire management. We've been doing these awareness campaigns, for instance. We've got partners here working on fire, the FPA, the FFE, the municipalities, and so on. So I believe that as a department, we do have that role to coordinate there. Then when it comes to fire equipment, I think we know that we face serious challenges when it comes to our state land. And then when it comes to fire breaks as well. And then the FPA model, I think what the lease says is that these guys should participate in the FPAs in those areas. And I do know that a lot of our land reform beneficiaries or state land occupiers are members of the FPAs, which is something that is very progressive and encouraging. Of course, it's still upon them as well to explore options that are available. Okay, so I was tempted earlier on to speak about integrated fire management, but I think that a few speakers spoke about that. And but now what I wanted to highlight, especially around integrated fire management, is an area that I feel that is sort of I don't know whether it's ignored or abandoned, but it's taking a backseat. I believe that a lot of these things that are mentioned here, especially on the second definition, fire awareness, prevention activities, those things are happening. Resource sharing, I believe that it's happening. Coordination, fire detection, but there are things that I feel that we could do a bit more on. For instance, that hazard and risk mapping. I know that the DFFE had that prepared for the entire country. I don't know if there is one coming, Mr. Ndabakulu, but it's one of the things that we need to beef up on. And then I wanted to talk about prescribed burning, because I don't know if it's happening, maybe the way that it should be happening at a larger scale. I just spoke to a gentleman from St. Parks, and some of the things that are done, and especially by the conservation, what do you call them, like the nature reserves, the national parks, and so on, for different reasons. Block bans are something that can aid in managing the fire risk, I believe. Prescribed burning is defined as a fire that is applied to a predetermined area within a prescribed set of conditions, dates, but it says that it has a role in fire risk management. I do believe that. And I think that some of the recent events that we've seen, I know we follow the news, we know what's been happening in the US with the fires, we know what happened here in Neisner, we know what happened. The gentleman mentioned earlier the fires in the Boshoff area, Soffville. We had fires just last year around Kharib. And these are areas that, that magnitude of fires wasn't really expected. That was not expected in Neisner. It was not really expected in these other areas, but we've seen these explosions. And, there's a gentleman, Wassenberg and Jensen, in 2008, they said that the wildfire crisis that we see in the US, for instance, is as a result of decades of implementing policies that were developed to exclude fires from the ecosystems. And I believe that once we do that, the fire suppression policies, for instance, they had what they call the 10 a.m. policy, which meant that any fire that comes up must be out by 10 a.m. the following morning. So these were policies that were developed and were implemented for over 100 years. So, and some of the ecosystems are fire dependent, meaning that the fires have to be part of that ecosystem for this ecosystem to generate. So if you're excluding these, then you are calling for problems. Hence I'm saying that perhaps prescribed banning should form part of our fire management regime at a much more emphasized level. And then climate change as well. Of course, you cannot discount the possibility that, okay, we're facing climate change, and we're saying here that it's no longer a future event, as we are seeing with the recent events that I'm mentioning. But what I'm saying also is that climate change also exposes certain inadequacies in terms of the structures that we have set up. So it's important that, if we cannot adapt to climate change, then these things are just going to keep coming and coming. Obviously, I'm saying here that there are certain lessons that we can learn from other countries about fire exclusions from the ecosystem. And then I'm saying that all our farmers on state land are encouraged to fully participate in local structures and processes in terms of integrated fire management. Basically, what I'm saying here is that we are facing the lack of resources on our state land. I think it's a point that I would not want to go into again. Of course, as a department, as much as we know that the responsibility to fight fires is upon the person who's occupying and working the land, there are certain instances where we come in and assist. For instance, awareness creation. We had an event in the Eastern Free State at the end of March. We had a few of our partners and stakeholders. It was a very good day. And then we also do train farmers as well on field firefighting, for instance. Now, these are some of these accredited trainings that we are able to do as a department. I know that some people would say that, well, you don't need these things to be accredited, but I think we're doing this, to fulfill the skills development objectives of the department. Of course, these things need to be accredited. And of course, we do assist, as you'll see on this picture on the right. Sometimes when the finances are allowing, we do assist with firefighting equipment. Now, okay, obviously, these are issued by the Weather Service, but it's very important that these messages go through and filter through to the people who need to use them, which are the people on the ground. And what happened on the 31st of March, which was something that was very, I liked what happened, Savage, there, that as we were gathered there as the farmers, we just decided that in order for this, I think I had this slide on, and then in order for these things to reach the people, we formed a WhatsApp group right there. And I believe that this is one of the purposes of having these groups, calling people in so that we can have practical solutions right there on the ground. It's very important. And then, of course, I want to talk about litigation. Now, this is Honey Attorneys. It's a big law firm. What they're saying is that if you have suffered livestock losses or damages, loss of grazing, fencing or structures due to a flood fire, we can assist with the recovery of those from the entity or person responsible. Now, some of these entities are us as departments, some as municipalities, and I know that some of the municipalities have had this litigation against them. Now, this one is from Cliffy Decker of Mayor, now also another big law firm. So what I'm trying to highlight here is that, fires, there was a time, in the early or mid 2000s when there was a lot of frustration when it came to fell fires, people getting away with damages. A fire would start, and then when you lay a charge, nothing would happen. And I remember that back then we used to have these workshops with magistrates and so on, just to talk to them about, the National Forest Fire Act and some of the, enforcement responsibilities that they have. But, it's only now that you are starting to see companies like this. And as a department, we learned the hard way. There was a situation in the Eastern Cape. Now, this is a fire that happened, I think, back in 2013. And this thing dragged, and then only in 2019 that our department was ordered by the High Court in Magana to pay about 21 million rand, which is a huge amount of money that could have gone into fair fire mitigation strategies and so on. But now it has to go and pay the plantation next door that was burnt by a fire that started from our farm. And I must say that this is a farm that had a lease on. There was a leasee on the farm. And remember what our lease says. It says that the leasee is responsible for fire management, but the court found against the department. Now we have to pay that amount as a department, not necessarily the leasee. So these are just some of the challenges that are there that we need to iron out between ourselves and the leasees. And now, as concluding remarks, I just want to say that in as much as we know that as a department, the responsibility is given to the lessee or to the owner. But now, when the bill comes, it comes to us as a department, which the department is always not happy about. But what I'm saying is that the department then should maybe play a role, because I think one of their remarks by a judge then was that the department should have played a role. What did we do as a department to capacitate the landowner? So I think that is one of the things that we need to do as a department, maybe to monitor if the lessees are complying with the NVFA, if the lessees are complying with the provisions of the leases that they sign. And obviously there has to be some capacitation that happens there. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Any comment, question for Mr. Kelly? It shouldn't be a long question or comment, please. I noted two hands. It should be a question, very short, not a comment. I appeal to you, colleagues, please.
Thank you.
Let's start with Ndate at the back. We come to you.
Thanks, Ndate Kelly. The question is, do you give your lessees farms with fire breaks for you to expect them to comply? Thanks.
Now, I think I wanted you to explain a little.
Yeah, can you take the mic back, Charles?
Okay, thanks. Then my explanation is simple. When I lease from a land from development or from your department, you give me a land footstool without fire breaks. Now, what I'm saying is it a prerequisite for you to give me a farm with fire breaks, or you increase the burden on me as a lessee to establish fire breaks for you, and then after some time you find me suitable and unsuitable and take me out? Thanks.
No, I think as a department, we just give you a responsibility to manage your fires. In certain areas, you need to create fire breaks annually. For instance, here in the grassland, you need to have your fire breaks annually. So we can't give you a farm with fire breaks, and not with the equipment either. It's your responsibility. If you want to farm, you will come in, get the land, and do your farming.
Second question.
Thank you so much, Bulelo, for the nice presentation, informative, but we know the challenges of Free State, everybody knows them. But then I'll advise you to challenge the NDMC. I know there are two guys there with your challenge on hazard risk mapping. That is a serious problem because if you don't have expertise in there, NDMC has two guys who will jump at any opportunity to come and assist you. So when you have risks that are mapped, fire risk mapped, it will help you with mitigation. Just challenge them to say, we need your support as per the Act. And then that will assist you a lot during fire seasons.
No, thank you, Doc. That is the responsibility of the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. And I believe that when they do those things, they consult broadly, including the NDMC and so on.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Can we give a round of applause, please? Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, Mr. Michael Brock.
Of the 15 minutes, maybe now even quicker. So the program director gave me an hour, it's going to be a quick 45 minutes, I hope you don't mind. We have to get this done. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, program director, doctor of ceremonies, master of ceremonies, person in charge, distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Michael Brock. I'm going to skip everything because we've repeated a lot of it. The expertise is in the room, the people that know what they're talking about are in the room. We're just very, very grateful and acknowledge all the hard work that's actually gone into getting a day like this together. There's not just one or two people in the background that are actually doing something for a short period of time. There's been an enormous amount of work over years to actually get to this point. And I'm doing this because I know there's bigger speakers than me that need to talk. So the most important thing, the question I've been asked about 7 times today is what's happening with the Working on Fire contract. Working on Fire program is a departmental program. It's an EPWP project. It is the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment Working on Fire program. We have an extension at the moment, which was approved by National Treasury, that will run until the 6th of January next year. In this process, at the moment, we've appointed GTAC to review, which is the Government's Technical Advisory Committee, to review all the current processes that are happening within the echelons of government to actually ensure that our next terms of reference that go out are fully compliant in certain aspects. So that process is underway. We have tight timelines, we're running them, and we're getting them from A to B, so that we aim to have a Working on Fire program, the department's program in place on the 6th of January next year, based superseding just the next step of this part. I just want to congratulate the Free State and the Brigade Fire Protection Association on an amazing presentation and all the other presentations. But the point is, in terms of the planning, the thinking, that really speaks to a lot of what the departmental process is trying to achieve. I want to thank the EPWP participants that were here today, because I'm here because of them, and they're the key to actually get us here. So all the Working on Fire program staff, thank you very much. You're an integral part of what we're trying to achieve, but the EPWP participants are actually things that unlock all the aspects of the program that you get us here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brock. Very short and sweet, and I could pick up that Mr. Brock did not actually give a presentation. He was just commenting on all the presentations that the speakers have made before him. So we cannot be expecting any questions or comments. It's clear. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think we have come to the end of the program. Only one item left. That's the closing remarks and vote of thanks from Mr. Butler, who's the head of the PDMC. And from me, I can say I just want to thank you for being a wonderful audience. Thank you for being a wonderful audience, and thank you for giving me that privilege to be your program director today. You were a wonderful audience, and the speakers, all of them, they really shared their wisdom with us. At times you invite people to the podium and say, so and so, could you please share your wisdom with us? And then during the presentation, you wonder, is this really wisdom? And you might as well say, if this is wisdom, then I might as well stay stupid. Mr. Butler, closing remarks.
Thank you, Program Director. We should have called you MC, Chairperson. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, okay, closing remarks. Mr. Broad said he had our, I have 12 pages here that I want to take, so please bear with me. I have really 12 pages now. First of all, I want to thank the Mangaung Fire Department, Supa Salga, Department of Forestry, Fishery and Environment, Department of Rural Development and Land. Distinguished speakers, representative of the Free State PDMC, Chief Fire Officers and CAPS, ladies and gentlemen, it's the graveyard system. Good afternoon. Program Director, MEC, man in charge. As earlier alluded on the DDG's program or speech by the late Dr. Kofi Annan, it says bullying is a culture and prevention is not easy. That is so true. Program Director, from various presentations that was presented here, that collectively we are challenged in making the community of the Free State fire ready. Program Director, as the disaster managers, we cannot prevent disasters from happening. That is totally unacceptable. We cannot prevent them. But we can only reduce the risk and mitigation and prevention of measures. And that's what today we have put in place. Collectively integrated fire management services that we are doing. So Program Director, the launch has once again revealed that fire hazards and losses continue to escalate with devastating effects on our communities, particularly those that are most vulnerable to wildfires, like Mr. Lambrecht has alluded on his statistics from Super. There is no doubt that effective and efficient responding to the challenges posed by fire requires a multi-sectoral, multi-level engagement and strategies. This is what we currently are busy doing, Chairperson. Thus, the launch provide an excellent opportunity for us collectively to reflect on the progress they are making to reduce fire risk and losses in our programs. Program Director, it is proven fact that political and administrative ownership is fundamental in our quest to reduce fire risk and losses thereof as a result of disasters. Colleagues, significant progress has been made, particularly in integrated capacity building programs in all stakeholders. Events leading up to the fire launch has indicated that when our schools, our DDGs also alluded that our children are our future. So if we instill a culture of risk avoidance in our children, we can make better communities out there. Program Director, a lot of work still needs to be done significantly to tackle our complex fire problem. The white paper on fire services, the amendment of the current bill, underline those commitments in addressing the risk. I also urge all stakeholders not to work in silos. That was one of the things that Chief Fire Officer Mukwena was saying. Silo mentality does not help anybody. So we need to do work together to make the Free State province fire ready. The challenges posed to growing wild and urban interface requires an integrated plan to reduce the fire risk and effectively respond to such fires as they do occur. Chairperson, MC, man of the hour, the presentation by various stakeholders has once again demonstrated the importance of partnerships in government and private sector. This is to create a shared value contribution to resilience building and identified in our communities. Colleagues, the threat posed to climate change and fire regimes cannot be overemphasized. This should be included in our fire risk management plan and strategies. Program Director, we are still facing some challenges with regards to fire risk management. Compliance of certificates like we indicated in terms of fire breaks, all those things. It needs to be enforced by our bylaws now. The complexity is posed by fire programs necessitate that we work closely together with FPAs. And that is the outcomes of today's launch, that we work together as a collective for the community of the Free State. Program, last but not least, I want to thank the past team for making this possible. Without their contribution, hard work, it would never be possible, honestly. And to all the speakers, I thank you for your time, taking up a busy schedule to share your knowledge, your expertise in fire safety and prevention measures. To the delegates, I hope the launch was informative and the lessons have been learned. And improve fire safety and practices going forward. To the organizing team, the task team, I say to you, well done. And I emphasize the words of the DDG that says, and the disaster management slogan that says, disaster management is everyone's business. Let's get to Free State Fire ready. I thank you. I know it's the graveyard session, but don't leave. Look at all the nice foods that are still here. So enjoy yourself, and God bless, and travel safely back to your destinations. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marcus Butler, for the closing remarks. As he has indicated, colleagues, have come to the end of the program. Can you please give yourself a nice round of applause? Can you please give me a nice round of applause? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You are invited to tea and networking. Thank you. The session is officially closed.